Welcome back. And I'm excited to be back, let me tell you. We just streamed this last night, and I don't know if it's ignorance. I don't know what you would call it, but I'm just so determined that we're going to get a shiny that immediately I wanted to stream again when I woke up today. I've very literally, quite literally, have done nothing since the last stream and now other than like sleep and lay in bed. So it is not an exaggeration to say that we went straight from shiny hunting last night to shiny hunting again, yeah, this morning. Yeah, I'm very determined, and I also have a lot of, call it ignorance, but optimism is what I would call it. A lot of optimism that we're gonna find a shiny. So I just have all of this, I don't know, determination. I really, really believe that we're gonna find the shiny soon, and that excitement, you know, call it false hope, whatever you want to call it. Uh, it's it's got me very wanting to play this game. Like before, when we would do these shiny hut streams, I would try to space them out because I didn't want to get burnt out. And admittedly, I felt like I was getting burnt out if I would stream for like hours on end, do more than 500 resets in a stream. That's why I haven't really done more than 500 resets per stream. I've been trying to cap myself at that number so I don't get burnt out. But I don't know, man. I have like a second wave of determination, and I'm fully locked in on playing this game again. I think it helps that we finished Pokemon Legends ZA, so I'm not playing two Pokemon games at once. I think that also might have contributed to why I was getting burnt out, because I was trying to play two Pokemon games at once, and this one is super grindy, so it kind of deserves its own attention, its own individuality. But now that we beat Pokemon Legends ZA, I can fully focus on this game, and that's my plan. Hey, what's up, Sonic Generation fan? Wonderful to see you, my dearest brother. We will be getting a shiny Charmander today. How many attempts today? I don't know. I don't really have a number in mind. Normally, like I said, I would stop myself at about 500. Today, the plan is to go above that, but I don't know about how much. Honestly, I might just keep streaming until my wife comes home from work, which is usually sometime between like 4 and 5. So that gives us between 4 and 5 hours to stream, which should be hands down more than 500 resets. Because usually it takes us about 2.5, 3 hours to do 500 resets, depending on how efficient I'm being and depending on how many mistakes I make when it comes to pressing the A and B buttons. It's really difficult, I promise. But we have like 4 or 5 hours to stream today, so we could maybe do like 700 resets minimum with that time frame. Also, I just realized I forgot to turn on the music. Sorry about that. Put the music on now. We're going to listen to Final Fantasy music again today, because I really enjoyed listening to Final Fantasy music yesterday. It put me in such a good mood. Yeah, we'll see. I'm honestly kind of curious how many resets we could do with 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. Because again, it really depends on... It depends on how many mistakes we make and how quick we are with these resets. Like, if we're quick, if we're locked in, I could potentially get like 1,000 resets done today. But if I continue to make a ton of mistakes, like I was last night, maybe only like 700 resets. Though, I know it's an excuse, but I still blame all the mistakes we made last night on the fact that I had worked a 10-hour shift before that. I worked a 10-hour shift yesterday, drove an hour home because I'm the genius who decided to get a job that's an hour away from me. That's my own fault. You know, I can't be mad at anyone but myself. Yeah, if anything, it made my 10-hour shift a 12-hour shift, if you think about it. Because I had to drive an hour to work 10 hours, and then drive an hour home. That's 12 hours of my day just gone right there. Half the day disappears. Just so I can continue to pay my bills. But yeah, so I worked yesterday, came home, and I'll be honest, boys, I felt so out of it last night. I knew that I was making some dumb mistakes when it comes to these resets, and I was also like struggling to commentate in a straight line. I'd be telling a story and just distract myself, and in the time it took me to get from point A to point B in one story, I would have veered off and told like 3 different stories in the meantime. Like, my gameplay was a little erratic yesterday, and my commentary was a little erratic, and I'm gonna blame it entirely on the fact that I just shouldn't stream after work. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Hey, what's up, Polar X? How you doing? Pog setup. Thanks. Yeah, this is a quality stream setup, you know? Other streamers out there, they invest thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars into their whole stream studio. Me, personally, I'm a bit more frugal. I would call it financially smart. And we just got a $14 camera pointed at 4 consoles. Who needs a $10,000 streaming studio when you have a $14 camera? It's nice to see you again, though, Polar X. Wonderful to see you. It's your job's fault for not moving closer to you. Yeah, exactly. Like, when I applied for the job, they should have hired me under the circumstances that they would have moved to me, so I don't have to drive an hour to them. You know? They could set up camp in your backyard so you have a shorter commute. I'm liking where this is going. And at that point, I can basically just work from home. Wolf was definitely in a fugue state last night. Dude, I don't know why. My thigh hurts right now. I don't know what it is. I need to, like... I've never gotten a massage before in my life, but it feels like an aching pain that could only be healed by the hands of a woman in the depths of a massage parlor. And I know what you're thinking. That sounds a little gross. Sounds a little inappropriate. I'm not going for, like, a happy ending. If anything, I'm just kind of going for, like, a chaotic neutral ending. Instead of a happy ending, she just kind of smacks my ass, but instead of it being in, like, a sexy way, it's almost in, like, a bromance way. Like, locker room after a football game type of way. And it leaves me feeling more conflicted than anything else. Instead of leaving the massage parlor horned up, I'm leaving emotionally confused and sexually conflicted. Anyway, no, yeah, I don't know why. I've never had a massage before, but my thigh is in this weird aching pain that I don't know how to fix. It's my left leg, specifically. Does the GBA version have Leb? Oh, God. I'm never going to be able to escape that twink maid, am I? I'm never going to be able to escape the twink maid allegations. God damn it. This is just going to be stuck with me for the rest of my life. Honestly, I kind of liked Leb as a character. Sorry, to talk about it in a more serious fashion. I kind of liked Leb. But what I didn't like is how much Leb was like a simp, almost a slave for Jacinth. The character of Jacinth was probably my least favorite character in all of Pokemon Legends EA. There were characters that annoyed me. There were characters that I found cringe. Like, for example, Naveen. I found Naveen to be a super cringy character, and the way he was like the physical embodiment of a tier 3 Pokimane sub is insane. I found that cringe. But I didn't hate Naveen, you know? Just because he's cringe doesn't mean that I hate him. Alright? That would be hypocritical. You know, I can be cringe sometimes. So it's unfair for me to hate on other people that are cringe. I can still look upon them with judgmental eyes, but no hatred, okay? Jacinth, I had a visceral hatred for. I don't think I've ever hated a character more in a Pokemon game, and that's saying something, because oftentimes, especially in these older Pokemon games that we're playing, the like bad guy, the evil villain of the game is like trying to commit genocide or end the world. And I hate Jacinth more than I hate those characters. Jacinth just bought your stream studio. You have 30 minutes to leave. See, that's a little terrifying because my stream studio is just a corner of my bedroom. Jacinth has purchased my house and I'm getting evicted. And am I shocked? No. I actually would expect Jacinth to evict a single mother of 3. That sounds like on par for her. Because she's the worst. I hate her. I don't think I've ever hated a character more. Like, she pisses me off. Hey! Why are you barking? This dog just came into my room, laid on my bed just to start barking. Hey, no. What the heck? He's wagging his tail. If you're gonna go bark, do it somewhere else, brother. Get the heck out of here if you're gonna bark. Get out of here. Can't you see I don't want you anymore, you stupid dog? Sorry. Just pulled a lassie on him. I'm gonna throw you down a well, dog. Anyways. I probably should stop joking around. I don't want the Hassan allegations to start. I don't need that on my channel. It's okay. I don't have a shock collar on my dog. He's got a fun little Halloween collar on right now. It's got ghosts on it. I think it's barking because it's a dog. Thank you so much. Thank you for the scientific explanation. I actually wasn't sure why he was barking, and that makes so much more sense. This music is like transcending me into another universe, bro. I feel like I just took some ashwagandha and I'm astral projecting into the Aether dimension of Minecraft. You know what's funny? Almost sad to admit, as much as I've talked about the Aether dimension of Minecraft and I kind of make it like a reoccurring joke on my stream, I've never played the Aether mod in Minecraft. Which is also kind of crazy to admit because I've played modded Minecraft. It's not like I've never played the Aether mod because I've never played mods. No, I've played a ton of different Minecraft mods. There was for a very brief period of my life, but still worth mentioning. There was a time in my life where I live streamed a modded Minecraft SMP. It only lasted a couple months because very few people were able to join the SMP. Not many people had a computer that could run mods, or more specifically was strong enough to run mods, and I think that's just because a lot of Minecraft players are on console. So, unsurprising. And therefore, the SMP only ever had like 5 people. Like, it was a Minecraft server of 5 people, and no one was ever on at the same time. So usually you'd be on the server with like one other person. But like I used to play a modded Minecraft SMP. I used to try out a ton of different Minecraft mods. But I've never played the Aether mod. You know what else I surprisingly didn't get into that much? I've tried it out. You know, I've played it. But I think the problem was I was just playing it in single player in a world that I generated myself. And therefore it was less exciting. What I'm talking about specifically is Pixelmon. I have played Pixelmon before, but it really kind of bored me. And I think part of the reason why is, like I said, I just booted up Pixelmon on a random single-player survival world. And if you do that, there's really not much of a direction for you to go in. There's kind of no excitement to it. It just becomes like Minecraft survival with extra steps. But I've heard of some really cool Pixelmon like maps and servers, and I've never tried them out. I really should. I mean, it's obvious that I'm addicted to Pokemon. The fact that I haven't really ever streamed Pixelmon is kind of crazy. There's one Pixelmon map that I really, really want to try. I got a TikTok video about it recently. And it's this dude who's building the actual Pokemon games in Pixelmon. And I don't know if this TikTok I got is recent. It might have been old. So my my information might be outdated. But in this TikTok, he was talking about the fact that he built the entire Kanto region in Pixelmon. And he was working on the Johto region. So at the very least, there is a version of this game we're playing right now, the Kanto region of Pokemon, that exists in Pixelmon. And I kind of want to check it out. I think it'd be really cool. Though I will admit, I would have to re-download Forge. So, as you all probably know, because I mention it often, my computer is like 10 years old, and I've only upgraded it once. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago. And all I upgraded was the graphics card. Everything else on my computer, all of the components, are still the same from 10 years ago, and they are getting very outdated very quickly. However, when I updated my computer 10 years ago, it wasn't out of choice. It was actually more out of necessity. So my old graphics card died. That's what I'm trying to say. My old graphics card died. I was out of commission for like 2 months. Didn't have a computer. And then I eventually bought a new one and got my computer working again. And for some odd reason, when replacing the graphics card, a lot of my computer data just like went missing. And I don't know why. I don't know if it was probably my fault, because I'm not very technologically adept. I'm kind of a moron when it comes to technology. But like, you would think if I erased data off my computer, it would have been all or nothing. Like that type of thing. But instead I lost weird things. Like specific things. Very niche things went missing on my computer. And maybe it was just because I accidentally deleted like a folder that all of these things were in, or something that all of these programs were attached to. I don't know. I can't explain it because, again, I'm not very smart when it comes to technology. But when I replaced my graphics card, just a couple random programs and files got deleted off my computer. An example of such was my pirated version of Adobe Photoshop. And I know, it's maybe a little risky admitting that I was pirating that game. I don't want I almost said Nintendo. Well, we're gonna get to that in a second. Funnily enough. I'm getting ahead of myself in the story. No, one of the things I went missing was my pirated version of Adobe Photoshop. And now I just pay for Adobe, which I know is kind of embarrassing to admit. Maybe one of the most embarrassing things I've ever admitted on stream. The fact that I actually pay for Adobe. But, you know, I kind of can't quit my subscription because if you try to leave your Adobe Photoshop subscription or just any Adobe subscription, you actually have to pay to cancel your subscription. So I'm locked in for life now. Which, by the way, can we just talk about how fucking insane that is? It is insane that you have to pay to cancel an Adobe subscription. Like, that is the scummiest, biggest scam, most evil thing that I think exists out there right now, at least in the world of subscription models. Like, that's insane. Another thing that I lost on my computer when I upgraded it was my emulator for the Game Boy Advance, actually, coincidentally. And again, you might caution me. Don't say that too loud, you know? Don't admit that. Nintendo's gonna come after you. But I feel like, if anything, Nintendo should be happy. Because ever since I lost my Game Boy Advance emulator, I've just started playing on their physical hardware. You know? I'm the consumer they want, actually. Like, I imagine when Nintendo does their little corporate meetings and they discuss the target audience that they want to develop as a company, someone who is just fully degen, doesn't leave the house, and plays 4 Nintendo games at once is their, like, dream audience member. That's their utopia, is having their consumers play 4 Nintendo games at once and pay $80 for all of them. So, you know, while I might have been Nintendo's least favorite person back in the day, emulating all of my games and stealing money from their poor, fragile corporation, I've had a moment of realization, okay? A change of heart. And now I'm the consumer that they actually adore. Though, when I do pass away, probably in like 20, 30 years, I'm not giving myself great odds. When I do pass away, and I have to atone for my sins at the pearly gates of the Nintendo headquarters, I probably won't be allowed in because I used emulators back in the day. And that's my fault, you know? I can't even be upset. That's on me. I should have known better. Adobe Photoshop is my favorite video game. Yeah, it's my favorite live service game. My favorite live service game is paying ungodly amounts of money for the Adobe suite only to get updates like once a year that are so fucking stupid, integrate an annoying amount of AI, and change the layout of the programs, the UI, in ways that just break my muscle memory and piss me off. Like, that's my biggest pet peeve, not just with Adobe, but with like any company. When the company decides to change their UI and it just completely ruins the consumer's muscle memory and does not provide a better experience. An example of this recently was Spotify. The Spotify app on my iPhone was recently updated, and they moved around some of the menu options when you click on the 3 little lines, the hamburger symbol, if you will, when listening to a song. So I have been struggling to like rewire my brain and redo my muscle memory because they did it in the dumbest way. They moved where the add item, not item, I guess, add song to queue option was, and they replaced it with add song to playlist. So before, I had this like muscle memory where I didn't even need to look at my phone. I could just hit menu, add song to queue, and that would add whatever Spotify song I really, really wanted to listen to in that moment to my Spotify queue. Now, if you do that same thing and select the same menu option, it's now add item to playlist. And they moved add song to queue to a different spot on the menu. Why? What the fuck is the point of that? They just moved two things around on the menu to piss me off and ruin my muscle memory. So lately, when I've been trying to add songs to my queue, I instead have just been adding them to random ass playlists and not queuing up this song that I want to listen to, and it pisses me off. Like, I have no understanding as to why Spotify did this. It makes no sense. Like, what is the reason? What's the point of moving two items on the menu around? Just swapping them. Swapping where they're located on the menu. What the fuck? And you know, honestly, the only reason I can think of to justify it, the only logical explanation, is actually a conspiracy theory that I've talked about before on stream. It's not even a conspiracy theory. It's just true. Because I've experienced it firsthand working full-time for a very big corporation. A corporation you're well aware of, Sonic Generation fan. And this is my theory, or more my my experience and my understanding of how big corporations work. I believe that if people work for a big corporation, they're oftentimes just making changes or updates to things just to kind of provide this facade that they're actually working on something and doing something, providing for the company. And it's not necessarily the employee's fault. It is partially the culture of big businesses that are at fault. But it's also low-key the employee's fault if you're one of those corporate employees up like towards the top of the ladder. Because what I've experienced firsthand and what I believe to be true in our modern world is you'll get big corporations like Spotify, for example, and they have employees at the top that have to prove that they're doing something. They're contributing to the company. They're working, I promise. So they just create these updates to their company, these changes that are fucking unnecessary and meaningless, just so they have something to put on their like employee evaluation at the end of the year. Like, this year I moved 2 items on the Spotify menu and it greatly increased our consumer engagement. No, you just pissed me off. But like, I genuinely believe that the only reason Spotify made this update to move 2 items on a menu and break everyone's fucking muscle memory was because some person in a fucking suit up in a high-rise office looking down on the plebeians below them decided, I guess I have to work today. Might as well make a stupid update to prove that I'm doing my job. Like, it's insane. And like I said, I don't believe this is a theory. I believe it's actually true because I've worked full-time for a very big corporation that makes a lot of money. And I saw it firsthand. I saw them make decisions and like make changes and updates to company policy that were completely a waste of time. They didn't do anything good. They didn't really do anything bad either. They were just nothing. They were the most menial changes. And I believe it was simply for the sake of proving you're doing your job, faking it. Like, I don't know, man. It just pisses me off. It's part of the reason why I left my last job. Now, there were a lot of reasons why I left my last job. But one of the more minor reasons that contributed to the snowball effect that resulted in me quitting was the fact that I was watching these people in corporate levels, 10 rungs above me on the ladder, make the dumbest decisions that did nothing but waste people's time. And the only justification I could come up with for why they were making those decisions is because they feel pressured to be working on something, to be contributing something to the company. So they just come up with these dumbass changes and updates to SOPs and fucking new company directions that are a waste of everyone's time. And I just don't get it. Like, if a company's doing well, which the company that I used to work for, as you know, is doing well, why change shit? Like, if you're doing something right, there's no need to mix it up. There's no need to change your direction. But again, I think it's because a lot of corporations nowadays have this attitude of like, our employees always must be working on something. There's always got to be a new update, a new change, a new trend to follow. And oftentimes those employees feel pressured to contribute something to the company, even if it's a fucking waste of everyone's time, to prove that they're working. And so they get their raise next year, I did something this year that I can put on my employee review and maybe earn a couple more cents in my raise. It's fucking stupid. It's shitty, and it pissed me off. And that's why I'm happy to have left my last job, and I'm also pretty happy to be where I am now, because there isn't that kind of culture at the company I'm at now. I don't know, man. I maybe I'm not explaining it the best. I am using a lot of vague terminology because I don't want to talk about the company I used to previously work for. I have a lot of anxiety that if I just start openly shit-talking the company I used to work for, and like, if I don't use vague, generic wording, that they'll come for me. They'll track me down and hand me a fucking cease and desist, or worse, an actual lawsuit. So apologies that I have to use such vague wording. But hopefully my point is getting across. Hopefully it makes sense. I don't know, man. It just pisses me off. I downloaded a Switch emulator on my Steam Deck. I'll never see the pearly gates. Oh, buddy. Don't you worry. Nintendo's gonna send an EMP directly to your house to brick your Steam Deck. It's over for you. How do you feel, by the way, as a Steam Deck owner? And I know we've talked a lot about like Steam and Valve as a company before. How do you feel about this new Steam like PC? I don't remember what the name of it is. Does it have an official name yet? I don't know. I just saw the tweets and articles written about it yesterday. How do you feel? I need to stop biting my lips. It's such a bad habit. Steam Machine. If that's the actual name, that's funny. That's really funny if that's true. I think it's kind of cool. And depending on how it works, I might actually consider getting one in the future. Because, like I said, my computer is very old, and it's starting to struggle to run like modern games. oftentimes when I buy a modern like AAA game nowadays, I have to run it on low video settings just to prevent it from lagging. And upgrading my PC or buying another PC isn't really an option right now because poor. Because I'm low income. So, I think actually the Steam machine might not be a terrible solution. It's not a great solution, but it's almost like a temporary solution to my problem, where I could buy that and use it to run Steam games, and then just use this computer to stream them, like a lot of streamers do. Honestly, most streamers, at least streamers who do this full time, they have a computer for the games and a computer for the stream, so one isn't overwhelming the other. And that's always been kind of like a dream of mine, especially because my computer sucks so much. It's been a dream to like eventually one day get a second computer that can actually run all the games I want to run, and then just use the computer I currently have for OBS. And that's pretty much it. Just use this computer for the streaming program. And I think the Steam machine could be a cool way to do that. I just don't know exactly how it would work. I have confidence I'd be able to do that. I just don't know for sure. Because I know with like the Steam Deck, that thing is completely customizable. It basically is a handheld computer. I think I would just want to make sure that I could, in fact, broadcast and capture my footage from the Steam machine before I buy it. Like, I would want to guarantee that I could use it to stream. I use YouTube Music. You know what's crazy? I should use YouTube Music. I have YouTube Music because I have YouTube Premium. Just comes with a package. But I'm too lazy, at least as of right now, to move all of my playlists over from Spotify to YouTube Music. And there's probably like a plugin I could download that would do it for me, and then I wouldn't have to create all of those playlists by hand. But again, I've just been too lazy to kind of put in that effort, do the research. But honestly, I probably should switch my music over from Spotify to YouTube Music, because I'm just growing so sick and tired of Spotify. I hate it. It pisses me off. I've been wishing I could download the Steam Deck OS onto my gaming computer. The Steam machine is that dream come true. I wouldn't personally buy it because I already have a good gaming PC, but it's a great option. See, and that's what I'm heavily considering. I don't know. It depends also what I want to do in the future with my channel, because another thing I've considered is when I eventually move out of this place and my wife and I get a house, I want to have a room in that house dedicated to my stream setup. It's just a streaming room. And that's the benefit of being married with no kids. Instead of 3 rooms in your house being wasted on a child, we can have a bedroom, my wife wants a library, and I want a gaming room. And we can do that because we don't have a snot-riddled little demon living in our house. Sorry. And I've thought about how I want my stream room to look and how I want it to work. And one of the blueprints I've drawn on a piece of paper, and that's not an exaggeration, I've actually been drawing kind of layouts and designs for my future stream room. One of the things I've thought of is having a computer for streaming capture card games, consoles basically, and having a computer for my PC games, and having them at 2 separate layouts, 2 separate locations in the room, if that makes sense. So, what it would look like in the most, I guess, why can I not word this? I need to paint a picture for you with words, which is difficult. Maybe I just show you, like, an actual drawing of it. Give me a second. We'll do it real quick. Okay. No shinies. Okay. I'll just quickly draw a picture for you so you understand what I'm thinking, where my brain is at. We're doing the Pirate Software MS Paint strategy again, fun fact. Okay. Let me go over to monitor 1. Okay. So give me like a square. Oh shoot, I'm still doing black. Okay, let's pretend this is my streaming room in the future. This is what my streaming room would look like once my wife and I buy a house. I would have, like, let's pretend this is the door. My thought is we have, like, a desk here. Desk. And, like, a nice little chair to sit on. And this is my PC gaming setup. Oh, no, don't do that. I didn't mean to change the color. That's awkward. Alright. This is my PC. You can walk in the room. You have the gaming setup here. And then what I also kind of want is a TV setup, like here. TV. And then maybe like, come on, I keep picking the wrong color. That's so awkward. Maybe like a couch here. And then I also, and this is not an exaggeration, I own a real life bumper car. I bought it from an auction last year. And I bought it low-key for my stream room eventually. Even though it's still going to be like 2 years until my wife and I have a house, we've already been kind of buying things and then keeping them in storage in preparation for when we do move in 2 years. So, for example, if y'all don't know, you can kind of tell when I move out of the way. My table here that I keep my, wheel on, and then I have my Nintendo Switch 2 box on, just kind of as decoration. This table is not a table. It is a storage tote, and you can kind of tell when I move out of the way. It's a lime green storage tote. I also have a couple boxes back here that I'm keeping my hats on, my water bottles, my snacks that I eat on stream. All of those are sitting on top of storage totes. Like, this corner of our bedroom is low-key just storage for when we move. Because again, we've been planning this move out far in advance. And one of the things that I bought for our house is a bumper car. And I want to have the bumper car in my stream room as not only decoration, but like an actual seat in the room, like furniture. And I think it'd be cool if we also had a TV setup that we live stream from while sitting on like the couch or a bumper car. So if I want to play a console game, I can stream it from this setup here. So this would be consoles. And if I wanted to play a PC game, I would stream it from here. So I'm almost going to have 2 different live stream setups. And therefore, something I was considering was buying a new computer. Like buying a really, really good gaming computer. Because again, I haven't upgraded this computer much at all in 10 years. This is the same computer I bought 10 years ago. And it's getting a little old. It's getting a little slow. And moving my slow computer to the TV setup where I can record, you know, I can record consoles with the capture card, and that's all the computer needs to do is capture my Switch or my 3DS. And my computer, while old, is at least powerful enough to do that. It can at least capture a console. And then put the new PC, the bright and shiny PC, on my desk at my PC setup. That's my thought. Also, if you're wondering what all this empty space is, I don't know what I would do with this space yet. This would at least be like a walkway to get to the two different setups. And I'm also considering maybe making this corner of the room a green screen corner for recording like YouTube videos or live stream bits. Maybe even like VR content in the future. We could put this green screen corner in the room and then have a nice green screen background if we ever want to live stream something like that. I think it would work really cool with VR. So that's my thought. That's my ideal gaming setup in the future, is a green screen corner of the room, a PC corner of the room, oopsies, did not mean to press the mouse one button, and a console corner of the room. However, if I do that, I technically don't need a Steam machine. Because if I just buy a new computer, then I probably wouldn't use the Steam machine much. Like I don't need a third computer. So I'm torn. I'm very torn between buying a new computer or buying a Steam machine. The Steam machine would be the cheaper option probably, but it also wouldn't be as good of an option. God dang it, I just dropped my wedding ring. Give me 1 second. See if I can grab it here. Oh, it's just out of reach. Come on. Oh, got it. It's a problem. I always fidget with my wedding ring. I'm like constantly moving it from like one finger to another finger. It's like my own little fidget toy, but that results in me sometimes losing the ring. Yeah, anyways, this is a little sneak peek. You guys are getting a sneak peek into my brain and what I want when it comes to a nice stream room here in the next couple years. Like I said, this probably won't happen till 2027 at the earliest, because that's probably the earliest my wife and I will be able to buy a house, but this is my thoughts when it comes to a stream room. I think it'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I'm down. I get excited just thinking about it. Okay. Let's close MS Paint. Anyways. Back to the shiny hut. Sorry, I can't pronounce it without it being like a tongue twister for me. The Steam machine isn't using off-the-shelf hardware. They worked with AMD to make a semi-custom CPU and GPU to achieve the best possible price-to-performance ratio for gaming. And see, reading things like that make me want to buy it even more. I just, again, I don't know if it would be worth it, and if it would truly be enough to, like, replace my current PC, because I would be making the Steam machine my main PC, and my current PC would become the backup. And I don't know if I want the Steam machine to be my main. I don't know. I feel like that's just not the best solution. It's not a terrible idea, but it's also not the greatest idea. They did the same custom thing with the Steam Deck, which is why it is still better than any other gaming handheld at that price point. And I mean, I told you before, I heavily considered buying the Steam Deck, and I was actually about to pull the trigger until they announced the Nintendo Switch 2. And then I realized I could only buy one of them. Because my plan entirely, and I think I even said this on stream, so apologies that I lied to y'all. My plan was to buy the Steam Deck in 2025. I was getting a little tired of my Switch 1, and I was also getting just impatient and tired of waiting for the Switch 2 to ever be released. So I hit this breaking point where I figured, like, fuck it, I'm just gonna buy the Steam Deck in 2025. And then the Switch 2 came out this year, so that became my big 2025 purchase. Did you also see the new Steam controller and VR headset? I did, and I actually have heard good things about the Steam controller. I've had a lot of friends who own one kind of hype it up, and I was sad that it got discontinued, so I couldn't buy one. Because that's another thing I probably would have bought within the last couple years. I very likely, if it was still available, would have bought a Steam controller. And now that they're bringing it back, I probably will buy one. Especially because there's a lot of Steam games I have on my PC that are just so much better to play if you're using a controller. Like, the experience is night and day, and it's so much more fun. Now, I technically have a USB controller that I can plug into my computer and use for most Steam games. And if not, I can change around the button mapping and usually make something work where I can play any game I want to on this controller. And I've shown you all this controller before. Let me grab it. God damn it, I just dropped it. It's the computer. It's the computer's fault. I blame it. Okay. Not the controller. This is the controller they used to go visit the Titanic. This is the controller those millionaires all use to kill themselves 10,000 leagues under the sea just so they could go get a, you know, window view of the Titanic. But yeah, this is the controller I use for any PC game that I want to play on a controller rather than on a keyboard and mouse. And I really like it because it's very reminiscent to like the PS2 controller, which is my second favorite controller of all time. I have such nostalgia for the PlayStation 2, and I think this controller layout is clean. The only controller I like more than the PS2 controller is... I dropped it again. I'm so sorry. The only controller I like more is the Pro Controller 2. It is crazy how much of an upgrade this is from the original Pro Controller. Mine's a little dusty because I haven't used it in so long. This thing gave me such heartache. The new one is truly... It's been a blessing. Now, I am a little worried that eventually it might get stick drift because they're still using the same old joysticks as before. And I'm a little worried that the fact that they didn't use something like Hall Effect joysticks is going to come back to bite me. And you know, if that happens, it's entirely possible that my opinion of the Pro Controller 2 just changes for the worse. But even if this thing gets freaking drift, I can't imagine I would hate it because it's just so comfortable in hand. The like semi-rubberized coating they use on the Pro Controller 2, it just feels perfectly comfortable in my hands. Like, the coating is just rubbery enough where I don't feel like it's gonna slip out of my hands, but I also don't feel like my hands are sticking to it. Like, it's not got that sticky feel that a lot of controllers and sometimes even like computer mice have. It's almost like the same coating on my Razer mouse here. So I have the Death Adder V3. I couldn't remember which version. I have the Death Adder V3, and I don't think I've used a different mouse than this in like a year and a half, which is crazy to admit because I'm normally the type of person that'll switch mice every month because I own an ungodly number of computer mice, and therefore I'm constantly switching which computer mice I'm using. But that habit has quickly come to a stop with the Razer Death Adder V3 because, again, it's just so comfortable. It is the perfect mouse coating, where I don't feel like it's ever going to slip out of my hand and I'll lose control of my movements while playing a game, but my hand also doesn't feel like it's sticking to it. Like, it's the perfect texture. And I have other mice, like I said. For example, here, this one's also a little dusty. Let me wipe it off with my pants. I have the Logitech G Pro X Superlight, but it feels way too slippery. Like, it feels like it could slip out of my hand with the gust of a wind. If I just sneezed on it a little too hard, it'd fall out of my hand. And that's actually why I use, and you can kind of see it here, I use mouse grip on this mouse. I hate mouse grip. I think it makes the mouse look so ugly because you can see the difference in texture and color between the mouse grip and then the rest of the mouse. I usually never use mouse grip, but I feel like I have to use mouse grip for this so it doesn't slip out of my hands. The coating is just not good. Great mouse, but terrible coating. How did I get on this topic again? Oh, yeah. So that's the same thing same reason I love my Razer Death Adder is the reason I love the Switch 2 Pro controller, because I've just never felt a controller that is this good in hand. And it's also so comfortable. The buttons are great. They feel tactile. The back buttons are perfectly placed where they don't feel like inconvenient. They're not out of reach, but they're also not in a place where you're accidentally pressing them. I love the Pro Controller too, and I hope it never gets Joy-Con drift, because that would make me sad and probably make my opinion of it a little bit worse. But yeah, the current computer controller I have is just that Logitech knockoff PS2 controller. And it's good. It's fun to play with. I think it's actually, like I said, a really good controller. It's nostalgic for me, and I love the layout of the OG PS2 controller. But the Steam controller looks really good, and I might buy it just to replace my 20-year-old Logitech controller that I currently use for Steam games with it. Like, if there's anything I would allow myself to replace my current Logitech controller with, it's the Steam controller. It's the only exception I'll make. And the Steam controller, like I said, it looks really good. I'm curious to see how much money it's going to be, though. Have they announced that yet? Because I don't think they've announced the price point for, like, the Steam machine. At least I'm pretty sure, because I haven't seen anyone talk about it online yet. But have they announced a price point for the controller and the VR headset? I'm 1000% buying the Steam controller. Very interested in the VR headset, depending on the price. Oh, well, I should have just read that chat message. I'm assuming the prices are not out yet, then. I'm excited for the Steam controller because I've gotten so used to the trackpads on my Steam Deck. That's something that I actually don't know if I would like or not, just because I'm not used to it. I've never had a controller with like a touchpad on it. I know they have that on a lot of like PlayStation controllers. Because like when I go visit my friend Blake sometimes, I spend time with him at his apartment. I'll sometimes play games on like his PS5, and it's the only time I've ever played a PS5. And that controller is good, but it's a little weird for me because I'm just not used to the trackpad. Shoot, I don't think I increased the count. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about those touchpads. It might take some getting used to. They haven't announced any pricing yet. Also, no exact release date other than early 2026. I'll have to keep my eye on that then, because that'll also play a factor in what I end up buying versus not buying. At the very least, I'm like 99% buying the Steam controller. That's all but guaranteed. Unless the price point is insane. Um, but like at the very least, I'm buying the Steam controller. I just don't know if I'm going to buy the Steam machine yet. I need to see the price first. And I need to kind of weigh out the options of whether it's worth buying the Steam machine and making that my main gaming computer, or just buying a new computer and making that my main gaming computer. In either situation, in both scenarios, my current computer is just going to become a secondary computer only for streaming. It's going to be the stream PC, and then the replacement is going to be the gaming PC. I just need to weigh out my options. I need to do the math financially. See what's better for me. Trackpad is great for playing games that expect you to have a mouse. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just, like I said, it's not on my muscle memory, so I don't know how I would feel about it. It would probably take a long time to get used to. Not to completely change topics, but this almost like sad, somber music got me thinking about something. So recently, I was going back and watching like old nostalgic YouTube videos, not just from myself, but from some of my friends that I used to make videos with. And I don't know, man, it just got me like feeling sad. I actually was in my feels because watching all these old videos from back when I was in like high school and early college, it made me miss those days. It made me miss that friend group. Because back then, especially in high school, I pretty much dedicated all of my time to YouTube, and I would live stream like once a month. It's basically opposite of what I do now, where nowadays I dedicate all my free time to live streaming, and I'll upload like a video once a month to TikTok, or once in 3 years to YouTube, as we just recently uploaded our first YouTube video in the last 3 years. But like, I don't make a lot of video content anymore. I pretty much transitioned entirely over to live stream. But like I said, back in the day, that was the opposite. In high school and early college, I was making a ton of YouTube videos. And a lot of it was collaborative content. I mean, like, I had my own little gaming group. I don't really want to call it a YouTuber group because none of us were popular, sorry. I said that word with a very weird cadence. Hey, why are we barking? What, you already did this once today. You walked in the room just to bark, and now you're leaving again. Yeah, go take the barking somewhere else, bro. Get out of here. Yeah, like I used to be a part of this like Minecraft group of people who would make YouTube videos and collaborate together. And I was going back and watching some of my videos from back in the day that I made with these people, and I fell down this rabbit hole of watching like their videos. And it really made me miss those days. It made me sad that a lot of the people in that friend group I haven't talked to, haven't seen them. I don't even know like what they're up to. It's been years since we talked. And it bums me out. It also makes me sad because like I'm well aware that I was not the greatest friend back in the day. Just not the greatest person to hang out with sometimes. We can turn this into a bit of a therapy stream. But like, I grew up, and a lot of my childhood was just me alone. I felt like in my family, I was always a second thought because I have 3 little sisters. We're getting into some deep shit now, all right? We're actually getting emotional, all right? I wasn't lying when I said this is a therapy hour. And if you aren't licensed to be a therapist, buckle up. No, like growing up, I had 3 little sisters. And I always felt like I was a second thought to my sisters. Even in like my broader family. If I went to a family reunion with all my aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins, I always felt like I was the least important person there and paid the least attention. And that sentiment was also true in like high school and college even. Though less so college because college is less of a petty, immature place. But let's just focus on high school, mostly high school. In high school, like, I was a fucking loser. Like, I had no friends. I had like 3 or 4 friends, and that was it. And even in that friend group, like, I was very clearly towards the bottom of the totem pole. Like, the 3 friends I had, they had other friends. You know, they had other people they could talk to. I didn't. So I think growing up in this mental state of always being alone and not feeling any sort of attention from people created this very negative feedback loop when I started making content online and when I started making friends with people online. Because the friend group I was a part of, the content creation group, if you want to call it that, was pretty much created by me. Like, I was the owner of the group. I was the one that brought everyone together. And it put me in this weird position where a lot of the YouTubers I made collaborative content with, the group of YouTubers that made videos together, was oftentimes just associated through me. A lot of the people in that group weren't like friends with each other. They just knew me, and that's why I added them to the group. Because I was very active back on like YouTube and Twitch back then, and I made a lot of friends with other small content creators. So I was almost like the parent that brought this group together. And it put me in a position for the first time in my life where I was the center of attention. People were finally paying attention to me for once in my life. People actually cared about me for once in my life. And it, like I said, it definitely created a negative feedback loop. Because as someone who was never the center of attention in my life and was so used to being forgotten, I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know how, like, the proper response to being like the leader of this group, the center of attention, the nucleus at the middle of this friend group. I didn't know how to handle that. And I think I handled it in some very poor ways looking back. Like, I even noticed it back when I was watching these old videos on my channel and other people's channels. Like, I had kind of an egotistical, shitty personality sometimes. Like, my persona in videos is not one that I like watching nowadays. You know, the content was fun to watch for nostalgia's sake, and I enjoyed watching it just to kind of relive the old days of my old YouTube friend group. But it was at the same time difficult to watch because I did not like the person who I was in those videos. I'll give you an example. Like, a lot of my humor back then was putting other people down or building myself up, but no vice versa. And I feel like nowadays, just through becoming an adult and maturing, I'm completely the opposite. I try not to put other people down as much unless, like, it's unavoidable. Like, if my friend kills themselves in a game, it's a little hard not to make a joke about it. But, like, in the same breath, I'm also going to make jokes about myself. And I'm going to point out my flaws. I didn't do that back in the day. And like I said, it's just very cringy to look back on. And I think also because I was like the leader of this friend group, the almost like the Discord admin of this YouTube group, I kind of expected, I began to expect that attention, almost like expected to be the priority in the group. Like when we organized recordings, it was centered around my schedule, not everyone's schedule. Or like when we played games, I kind of had like a very unhealthy, egotistical way of interacting with my friends in those games. And you know, I think it's honestly kind of healthy to go back and reflect on that, because it keeps me like aware of how to improve myself. I never want to be one of those persons, and I know we kind of talked about this yesterday, so apologies, it's redundant. I never want to be one of those people who thinks they're the greatest in the world and has zero self-awareness of their own flaws. I think it'd be far healthier for my own life, and also far more healthy as like a content creator. like it's a better persona to have as a content creator, to be a flawed person but at least admit those flaws and work towards fixing those flaws, than be one of those content creators who thinks they're the greatest shit to ever touch this earth and they can do no wrong. Because sure, while that might paint a better persona of yourself to your audience and make your audience of probably elementary school students think that you're this perfect person, that facade can fade so quickly, and it'll lead to more problems than if you just present yourself as an honest person, as a normal human being. And every normal human being is flawed. So I think that's why, like, in the last couple years specifically, I've been trying to change my persona on stream and almost dissolve it. Like, I don't want it to be a persona anymore. I just want to be myself. And it's so easy to say that, but it's a difficult thing to do in the content creation sphere. It's almost like scary. But I think we've done a good job of that. Like I said, I'm pretty proud of myself in how I've almost had a heel turn from the persona I had online 10 years ago, where I was very egotistical and a lot of my humor was building myself up and putting other people down. I stopped doing that. And then another like persona I had on stream just a couple years ago was that of like a rage gamer, because I thought it was funny and it did lead to some entertaining content, and the people in the chat did find it funny, but I didn't like doing it. Especially like nowadays when I look back at like my rage gamer persona on live stream, it's just cringy. So I've abandoned those two eras of my life, those two old personas, and I'm now just trying to... I keep dropping everything today. I just dropped the clicker. God damn it. I've abandoned those two old personas, and I'm just trying to be like a more honest version of myself. And while that version of myself is pretty flawed, you know, I'm not perfect. I still do some dumbass things. They're less... I don't know. It feels like less notable flaws. I don't get embarrassed by my own content anymore. Like I said, if I go back and watch those videos from like 10 years ago and I see myself being like a smug, cocky piece of shit, I cringe. When I go back like 5 years ago and watch live streams of myself being this toxic rage gamer. I cringe. But nowadays, I don't really cringe at my own content. And that's all I want. That's the only objective I wanted. Sure, I might do some embarrassing stuff sometimes, like drop shit or cancel a stream for silly reasons. Or, you know, I'll still occasionally say something cringy, but I think it's less embarrassing looking back on like my content from the last year, for example, because at least I'm being an actual honest version of myself and not a persona. Also, I don't know why I mentioned canceling streams as if that is something to be embarrassed about. It really isn't. Especially because like the last stream I canceled was for like the most valid reason ever. A death in the family. Yeah, sorry, a relative died. I know, kind of cringe. No, like that's insane. I wasn't implying that, but I realized the way I said it kind of unintentionally implied that. So yeah, I don't know. I really do not like watching the content I put out from like a decade ago because I just cringe at my own personality back then, my persona that I put on. But I do like watching the content I put out like a decade ago for the nostalgia and to like relive those days of playing games with friends, having so much less care and stress when it comes to life. I think I also just got a little sad because I could recognize how shitty my content persona was, like how shitty I was on camera. And I recognize that persona probably pushed people away. Which sucks. Like, I get sad that I don't talk to a lot of my old online friends anymore. But also, in the same breath, I'm very self-aware that it's probably my fault I don't talk to a lot of those people anymore, because I probably pushed them away by being like a smug, arrogant piece of shit. And that sucks. That's like something that is difficult to deal with. It is difficult to admit and accept the fact that, like, I probably pushed a lot of those people away. And, you know, in some cases, it's not always my fault. Like, there are some friends from back in the day who I've tried to stay in touch with, I've tried to reach out to, and it just falls through. And that's not really my fault. There's also, like, one or two people from back in the day who were just complete scumbags, like, worse than I was. I'm not going to name names, but there are, like, at least 3 YouTubers I used to make content with back in the day. Minimum 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, who were literal pieces of shit. Like, one of them, I'm convinced, is just an actual evil person. So, like, I was not the worst person in the friend group, but I wasn't very good. Like, comparing yourself to someone that's actually evil is not setting the bar very high. Like, at least I'm better than Stalin. No, that's not a way of justifying it, so I'm not going to try to justify it that way. But at the same time, I try not to be too hard on myself, because while I might have been a shitty friend sometimes, I at least wasn't like a straight up evil person, like some of the people in that friend group. And that makes me feel at least less... It makes me less hard on myself. It makes me less self-deprecating. Setting the bar above Stalin is better than setting no bar at all. I guess you're right. How dare you ever cancel a stream? Hashtag toxic Caleb. You're so right. Man, I look back at the toxic era of my channel. Such funny memories. I don't know if I can reach it right now because the tripod's in my way. But like, I have that toxic beanie that I wear all the time. And I literally made like a bunch of toxic merch back in the day because I was leaning into it. Probably too much so. And that's also embarrassing to look back on. I miss high school when I had time to game. I was on my PC almost 24/7, and I had a friend group to talk to. Yeah, that's basically how I was feeling when I was watching these old videos. I just miss it. I was getting nostalgic in a sad way. Now I can't even touch my gaming computer without getting flashbacks to college. Also relatable. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, it makes me sad. And it's emotionally and mentally difficult to come to terms with the fact that I probably pushed a lot of people away. And I probably would have more friends from high school and college, and I'd have more people online that I stayed in touch with from that era of my life if I just wasn't the person that I was back then. If I wasn't as shitty of a person. I don't think I was a shitty person, but I could have been less. I could have been better. I don't want to go as far as to call myself shitty. I just could have been better. And that's super difficult to deal with. Because I do miss a lot of those people. And I would love nothing more than to still have those people in my life right now. Like, I wish we were still friends, and it makes me sad. But at the same time, it's so difficult to ever try and rekindle those friendships. Because I haven't talked to most of those people in years. So, like, how do you reach out again when it's been so long? That's tough. And also, some of those people, I don't even know where I would reach out to them. Because, like, as I was watching these videos, I would go into the description of my video to try and find the people I was playing with, because I always did my due diligence as a YouTuber, and I gave credit to my collaborators. I would link other people's channels in my video description if I played with them. That's always been a pet peeve of mine, actually, for like YouTubers, especially big YouTubers who have no excuse. Like, they probably have a team of people editing their videos and writing their YouTube descriptions. It's always been my biggest pet peeve when they don't link to their collaborators. Because it just feels like they're not trying to build up the people they're making content with. Because if you really cared about building up your collaborators and your friends, you would link to them so your viewers also go watch them. Anyways, that's a little side tangent. I would always link to the people I made videos with, and I would look in the description and like click on the link of this dude that I used to make videos with, and his channel's deactivated. It's gone. And like, I don't have a lot of those people on Discord either, because back then Discord wasn't really popular. Back when I was making content, Skype was the place to be. All of those recordings were held in a Skype call. So like, it's just weird. Like, I don't even know how I would reach out to some of these people I used to make YouTube videos with, because their channels have been deleted. I don't use Skype anymore, and I doubt they use Skype. How awkward would that be if I just messaged these people from 10 years ago on Skype? First Skype message in a decade. Wait, isn't Skype getting shut down? I thought I saw a tweet about that. So I might not even be able to do that. Can't even use Skype anymore. But, yeah, like, I don't know how to reach out to them, because I don't have them on any other social medias, and their YouTube is dead. There are a few people from that era of my life, from that friend group, that I had 10 years ago. That I have on Discord. And there are a few people who I technically could reach out to because I know their Discord or I know their social medias. But it is really almost awkward. It's just difficult to try to reach out to someone for the first time in years. I don't know why. It almost just feels like embarrassing, and it shouldn't. But there's like social boundary that prevents me from doing it. I actually have tried to on occasion. I'll be honest with y'all, I have tried to reach out to a couple people. Because I'll have these like bursts of confidence where I think to myself, you know, if I never reach out, then I never tried, and if I never tried, it's my fault. And that's true. So sometimes I'll be in that mentality and I'll reach out to someone. I actually just recently reached out to a friend who I hadn't talked to since 2023. So that's only 2 years. And they didn't respond. And I'm not upset at them. I just, you know, I get sad because I still want to talk to these people. And I miss them. You know, I miss the friendships I had. So I try to reach out. And at the very least, I tried. That's something I can try to be happy about. Something that can bring me some solace, is at least I tried. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a bummer how many of those friendships have fallen by the wayside. I also think a big reason to blame for those friendships dissolving and disappearing, because back then, like, we were all in high school. None of us had anything to do with our lives besides go to school, come home, and play video games. But it's been 10 years almost since high school, which is crazy to admit. Oh my god. I graduated in 2016. Like, it's been almost a decade since I was in high school, as well as it's been almost a decade since these people I used to be friends with were in high school. And for most of them, I can only imagine that they're like living adult lives, having families. Half of them probably don't even play video games anymore. So it's likely those friendships would have disappeared anyways, like naturally. But it still bums me out how few people from like that original YouTube group I was a part of, I talked to. If I actually had to do the math, it's like one person. At its peak, our YouTube group and all the people we collaborated with was like 15 people. Yeah, like 15. Like at its peak, this YouTube group had 15 people in it. And I still talk to one of them now, 10 years later. And that makes me very sad. Sorry, I know the vibes of the stream are just kind of down in the dumps. But I told y'all we were going to turn this into a therapy hour. And I wasn't lying. Skype shut down in May 2025. Rest in peace, bro. Pour one out for Skype. You know what I'm saying? Pour one out. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, boys. I'm getting very hungry. However, this is why we keep snacks in our stream setup. That's why I have snacks just sitting right off to the side. Because I would be remiss if I were to ever end a live stream simply because I'm hungry. That's such a silly reason. Promise, we're not gonna do that. I also probably feel hungry because I haven't eaten anything today. And you know, that's my fault. That's on me. But when I woke up this morning, I was not hungry at all. Not even in the slightest. And that's probably because I ate a big dinner last night. That's the problem, bro. Like, I'll eat a huge dinner, wake up the next day, not eat breakfast, and then I'll go on about my day. I'll either like drive to work or go out and run errands. And then while I'm out away from the house, I get so hungry. And I either need to buy food, which is a waste of money, or wait until I come home to eat, which leaves my stomach grumbling for the rest of the day. But yeah, last night I ate a huge dinner, and when I woke up this morning, I still felt full. But now that I've been awake for... how many hours has it been? Can't even check. Oh my god, my computer won't open my taskbar. I hate the taskbar in Windows 11 with all of my heart. I just had to minimize my stream program just to open my taskbar. It's 1:38, so I've been awake for like 2.5 hours. I slept in today, so I didn't wake up till like 11. Oh shoot, I got these games out of sync a little bit. That's awkward. Yeah, I've been awake for about 2.5 hours, and when I woke up at 11, did not feel hungry at all. Now I feel like I'm starving. However, after this reset, I think I'll go grab some snacks from my storage bin back there. We'll start chowing down on like some goldfish or maybe some Slim Jims. I only started keeping Slim Jims in my room recently. Usually my snacks would be like chips, candy. I also would have like peanuts. Dry, lightly salted peanuts specifically. But I don't know why recently I'd been craving like just some sort of meat. You boys ever crave meat? So I bought Slim Jims to have as an option to snack on. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to reach them though without moving the tripod. This is the problem with doing these shiny hunting live streams. The tripod is just in my way. I know you guys can't see it because it's just off camera, purposefully so. But it's in my way. See, thankfully, I have the goldfish right next to me because I was snacking on them just yesterday. I buy the whole grain goldfish, so I feel a little bit healthier about myself. I guess we could just snack on some goldfish. Hold on, am I gonna be able to do this without spilling? Oh my god. Amazing. We'll snack on some goldfish. But I kind of want a Slim Jim. I just can't reach it. And I don't feel like moving the tripod out of the way. That was way too many goldfish. Way too many. I don't know why I just ate like a handful all at once. Like I was almost choking on the goldfish, bro. The snack that smiles back. You're not wrong. See, the problem with goldfish, though, is they get stuck in your teeth. Like, now I feel like I gotta pick goldfish out of my teeth. But I'm obviously not gonna do that on stream. But at the same time, I don't want to just sit here with goldfish stuck in my teeth the rest of the stream. Honestly, goldfish just probably was a terrible idea. Probably the worst idea I could have had for what I wanted to eat while live streaming. Because it is just stuck in my teeth now. Ooh, I had an idea, by the way, for some content I want to do. But I haven't decided yet exactly what I want to do. I haven't quite decided the plan. So, the other day, we were discussing potential, like, Twitch subscriber rewards. And I talked about a lot of different ideas, but one idea I just had recently was doing long plays again. Because I almost miss it. That's also like a feeling of nostalgia I'll get sometimes when I watch old Let's Plays that are just long, 40-minute, sometimes 2-hour long videos of someone playing a game. I miss that era of YouTube, low-key. Because like nowadays videos are so over-edited, so highly produced, that they almost feel satirical. I want to give you an example. After this reset, I'm going to pull up an example. Because I saw it on my YouTube Shorts last night, and all I could think about was how over-edited the video was. And it was almost like obnoxious in a way. And I know that's maybe harsh to say, like, you're putting too much work into your edit, but it felt like brain rot. It felt like they were editing a million sound effects and jump cuts into the video just to accommodate for the children that have no like, I can't think of the word right now. I'm having a full blank. No attention span. That's what it felt like. Alright, let me see if I can pull it up. Give me just 1 second here. Let me see if I open a YouTube tab, if I can find it. Johnny Test whip sounds? No, literally. Give me 1 moment. Well, it might be difficult to find. Oh, this might suck. Okay, I found it. All right, we're gonna pull this up, and then honestly, I might also pull up the Johnny Test thing, just because it's a great example. Johnny Test sound effects, and let's do another example. Gordon Ramsay sound effects. So I also feel like there's a fuck ton of sound effects in Gordon Ramsay shows. Oh, see, the problem with looking up Gordon Ramsay sound effects on YouTube is it's just a bunch of like 2-second snippets of the actual sound effects. All right, we don't need to use that as an example then. We'll just use the Johnny Test example because it's applicable. Okay. All right, let me pull this up on my main monitor so I can show you guys. Okay. Get rid of the background just for a second because it's kind of in the way of the video. It's going to be, at least. Get rid of the chat box. Get rid of the event list. Okay. So, I'm not trying to talk shade on this video, nor this creator who made this clip. I just got this on my shorts page last night when I was laying in bed, and I felt like while I was watching it, I could feel my brain melting. Like the brain rot was seeping in. And I understand now why like no one has any attention spans. So throughout this video, just watch all the jump cuts, the captions, the sound effects. It's insane. It's almost impressive from an editing perspective, but from a viewer perspective, it feels like they're jingling keys in front of me.
Wait a second.
Every movement, every action on screen is a sound effect.
Boom. Easy. So you go boom, and then you go boom. Oh, hold on.
Like the little fart sound effects
Lord have mercy.
when he makes a mistake.
Smelt it. Are y'all serious? You can't smelt ancient debris. Okay, you can smelt ancient debris. My bad. 24 netherite scraps can make me full armor, a sword, and a pickaxe, right? Yeah! We have all of our netherite. Alright, let's see what we can enchant first.
That sound effect, by the way, insane. But literally, every action on screen has a sound effect associated with it. Every jump cut has like a little animation or flash, and every word is captioned. And from an editing perspective, it's very impressive. I'm not saying this video is bad. If anything, I'm almost jealous as someone who has gotten into video editing recently. But what I don't like, truthfully, and maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm just becoming unk. But what I don't like is how it feels like it's trying to ensue like, oh my god, I can't fucking speak. It just feels like they're trying to diagnose me with early onset brain rot and like jingle keys in front of me like I'm a child. I know I've already used that example, but it's true. Like it almost assumes the viewer has no attention span. It's almost like disrespectful to the viewer in that way. And it gives off the same vibe as this.
There, a delicious meal for the family to enjoy. Dinner time! Dinner time! Okay, you want to play hardball?
Like it's literally content made for children. And I can't say that wholeheartedly. Like at the same time, there are adult shows that do the same thing. Like I said, pretty much every Gordon Ramsay show. Yeah, every Gordon Ramsay show that is in existence, all 50 of them, have the same sound effect counter. If you watch an episode of Hell's Kitchen, you're getting 100 sound effects in 5 seconds. It's like a assault on your brain. But this is like this.
I hate when he does that.
This clip from Johnny Test is the exact same as this
Right
queso
there on top
highlight.
of that mushroom action. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't want to call the content bad because the content itself is impressive. The editing is impressive. But there's just something about it that feels it just feels childish. Again, maybe I'm just getting too old, but I don't like this when I'm watching a video because I feel like my brain is being assaulted with sound effects and edits and visual effects. I'm just the type of person, I guess, where I like a 2-hour long documentary more than I like this. And that's, like I said, it's difficult for me to admit that because I realize that makes me kind of a boomer almost. But I don't know. I can appreciate this from an editing perspective, but from a content perspective, it's just not for me. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. It also, this gives me like a lot of almost cynicism. I get very pessimistic when I get videos like this on my shorts page or my TikTok for you page because I know that this is what gets popular online nowadays. I know that if I wanted to make a YouTube short that got views, I would need to do 1 million sound effects and captions. but I don't want to do that, and therefore I feel like I'm almost giving myself a handicap by not succumbing to this style of editing. Like, I don't know, man. It just feels like I'm fighting a losing battle trying to make content nowadays that is relaxing. That is not this insane. I DM'd you on Discord, saw a video on TikTok yesterday. It feels like encapsulates the spirit of modern video editing. Let me see. Let me pull this up, actually. We'll pull this up and then I'm gonna go back to playing the game.
What is this coaster
my
that
fuck.
reaches the speed of 60?
Holy shit. I just felt like I was getting brainwashed. Like Vietnam levels of mental trauma. Like I opened this video and it gave me the same PTSD that this video gives.
Чего ты там пиздишь, чего?
GI, your government has abandoned you.
That's what I just heard in my brain when I opened this video.
What is this coaster that reaches the speed of 60 to 70 miles an hour? This is Storm Runner, and it's the only hydraulic launch roller coaster on the East Coast.
Oh, that hurts. This is probably satire, but there's also an equal and similar possibility that it is genuine. Again, like,
What is this
from a video editing perspective, it's kind of impressive. But the content is just so brain rotted that I can't support it, and I refuse to make content like this. I refuse to be a part of it. What is Poe's law?
70 miles an hour.
I also hate the dude. It's funny, but at the same time I hate it. Both things can be true at the same time. I hate it, but I also find it so funny the Burger King foot lettuce voice. Or nowadays people will call it like a Valorant accent because a lot of people who play Valorant talk this way.
Storm Runner, and it's the only hydraulic launch roller coaster on the East Coast.
It's the only hydraulic roller coaster on the East Coast. Yeah, the ending is...
Would you ride this obscure Italian coaster?
Let's not watch the open choker video. We could skip it.
They have ordered you to die, GI.
Yes.
Do not trust them. Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a single.
We're all fucking doomed. We're fucking doomed. Every generation from the year 2000 on is fucked. R.I.P. Literally, Sam. Actually, R.I.P. We're fucked. Anyways, yeah, what is Poe's law? I'm very curious. Can you explain that one to me? Never heard of that before. I'm still hungry, by the way. But I don't want to eat more goldfish because they got stuck in my teeth. Maybe I'll go get a Slim Jim. After this reset, we'll go get a Slim Jim. I'll just have to move the tripod out of the way a little bit. Yeah, man, I don't know. The state of modern day content creation is just so cynical for me. Because what gets popular is content that I don't want to make. But if you do something that isn't mainstream, you're shooting yourself in the foot. So I feel like either way, I'm fucked. I'm either gonna have to succumb to a style of content that I don't like, and I'm not being honest with myself if I were to make that content, or I make the content I want to make, and it gets no views. So yeah, we're fucked either way. Unlucky. Sucks to suck. Let me go get a Slim Jim. Let me see if I can do this without knocking over the tripod. I don't know if it's gonna be possible. I have to like pivot my body. I'm gonna try to hold the tripod in place. Problem is, it's like right up against the chair. Okay, we at least got the chair out. In the box. I wasn't lying, by the way, that like all of my stream setup is just either in or on top of boxes that I'm using as storage for when we move. I haven't opened this box yet, actually. What's up here? Easy open pool tab. Let's see about that. I've been known to make something easy really, really fucking difficult. Oh, this is about to be satisfying as fuck, boys. Listen to this shit. Oh, fuck. Never mind, that was not satisfying at all. Rip the whole fucking box in half. God damn it. Fuck it. Okay. Throw this cardboard away. Oh, I almost got in the trash. That's fine. I'll fix it later. Slim Jim. I love some good meat in my mouth. Sorry. Alright. Let me grab a couple out of the box here. That way I don't reaching back there for more food. And now let me try to move my chair back into place without knocking over the tripod. Oh god. I almost kicked it with the leg of the chair. Okay, I think everything's back in place. Beautiful. Let's open up this Slim Jim, baby. Yup. I'm gonna eat this shit the way guinea pigs eat blades of grass. Yup. Alright, I'll get it. Slim Jim POV. Poe's law is an internet adage suggesting that without explicit cues, like emoticons or tone indicators, it is impossible to create a parody of extreme views that some readers won't mistake for genuine beliefs. I've never heard of that before. That's interesting. It's not what I was expecting you to say, I'm not gonna lie. But interesting nonetheless. Alright. We'll keep going. Oh, dude, I went on this long rant about how I wanted to add new content to my Twitch. And then immediately forgot what I was saying because we got distracted by the whole brain rot conversation. So, I want to start doing long plays again. And, like, it's going to be, no exaggeration, videos that are, like, hours long of me just playing a game. And I think part of the reason I want to do that is because, as we all know, as we've discussed many times throughout this shiny hunt, I'm going to have to play basically 4 games at once in order to continue shiny hunting as I progress with the game. And sure, we'll be streaming one of those playthroughs, the shiny only playthrough specifically, but the other 3 playthroughs aren't going to be live streamed. And I don't want to bore myself by playing 3 games off camera. It's a lot of work, it's a hefty grind, And to do that with no purpose doesn't give me a lot of drive. However, one way I can make purpose out of it, one way that I can kind of make it feel more worthwhile, is if I record one of those playthroughs that I'm doing off camera and upload a long play video about it. And because it's going to be just like hours of unedited content, I'm not going to make it one of our Twitch sub rewards. All right, I know we talked about the other day adding sub rewards, some new ones, because I do want to make new rewards for the people that are actually subbed to me. I think they deserve more rewards. But instead, I think because these long play videos are going to be hours of unedited content, like, that's almost easy. It feels too easy to make it hidden behind a paywall. Like, I'm probably not going to do any editing. These videos are going to be hours long. They're going to be the opposite of what is mainstream popular content. Instead of having 1,000 edits a minute, it's going to have 0 edits in 2 hours. So hiding that behind a paywall feels scummy. So that won't be one of our Twitch rewards, Twitch sub rewards. But I still want it to be available for y'all in a more exclusive way. So I thought, well, maybe I could upload it to Twitch and just set it to public. So if people want to watch those videos, they have to go to my Twitch page. And it almost serves as like a free reward for my Twitch viewers. However, the problem I'm running into as I've been planning this out, something I only just recently remembered, is the fact that Twitch caps the number of hours of content you can upload to your page. So for me as an affiliate, I can only upload 100 hours of content to my page, and that counts towards highlights, towards video uploads, towards subscriber-only uploads. And then once I hit that 100-hour cap, I have to start deleting shit. And thankfully, I have come nowhere close to hitting that cap yet, because none of the uploads that I, post on my Twitch account are that long. But if I start uploading these multi-hour long plays, then we're gonna hit that cap pretty soon. But at the same time, like I said, I still want it to be an exclusive reward for you guys on Twitch, like content that is exclusive to the people that watch me. I just don't know how to avoid hitting that 100-hour cap. I mean, one solution I thought of, is we could very easily just start deleting older videos when we hit the cap and want to upload a new video. So for example, let's say that I upload 10 10-hour videos back to back to back, and we hit that 100-hour cap. Well, we'll have these 10 videos all uploaded, and then when I want to upload a new one, I just delete the oldest video in the timeline. Hope that by the time it gets deleted, everyone who has wanted to watch the video has watched the video by then. Where the heck is the next song? Why are we not playing the next song? There's no music. Am I crazy? Did this song get removed? Oh my god, there is music right now. It's just one of the... Dude, that's so weird. One of the songs just got removed from the video. So I'm listening to a 5-hour video on YouTube called Relaxing Final Fantasy Music. And I don't know if one of the songs got copyright striked or the creator of the video just edited out the audio, but one song is just completely quiet. We had to skip an entire song. Weird. Anyways, sorry, got distracted. So yeah, realistically, if I want to upload a new video to the Twitch, once I hit that upload cap, I'll just delete the oldest one. and hope that by the time it's deleted, everyone who has wanted to watch it has watched it. But that still feels kind of shitty. Like, I don't want to upload videos just to eventually delete them. I would like them to stay uploaded somewhere forever. Like, I want there to be a record of them somewhere. So, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I thought about maybe another solution being I upload them to Twitch, and I upload them for free on my Patreon, because I have a Patreon, but I don't post much to it nowadays, and a lot of the things I do post are just free. The only reason I post them to the Patreon is try to incentivize people to at least follow me on Patreon, because following on Patreon is free. I don't expect anyone to pay for my Patreon. I have zero expectations that people will spend money on my Patreon. I just want people to follow me for free. So I'll post free content over there. And therefore, what we could do is we post these long play videos to both Twitch and Patreon. And eventually they'll have to be deleted from my Twitch page so I don't run into that 100-hour upload cap. But if people still want to watch them, and they still want to have like a record of those videos, they'll just have to go over to Patreon once they eventually get deleted from my Twitch down the line. I think that's one possible solution. But I'm still weighing my options and trying to see if there's any better solutions than that. We're at 88, by the way. Gotta update the counter on screen. Oh, I missed a chat message. I'm so sorry. Poe's law is often brought up when someone says this thing / person is so ridiculous it has to be a parody. Surprisingly, I've never heard that before, but that makes a lot more sense now, especially as I was trying to determine whether or not that video we just watched was satire or not. I still don't know. I think the way he said Intamin at the end makes me think it was satire, because no one pronounces Intamin like that. It was like he purposely pronounced that word incorrectly. I feel like I'm in like a Renaissance tavern right now. This music's really setting the tone. It's giving off turkey leg and Ren Fair vibes. I think he had a satire label in his TikTok bio. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. I need to break this habit of biting my lips. And it's not in a seductive way either. At least that would be hot. It's just out of like... I don't know if it's anxiety. I don't know what is. Not quite sure why. We're gonna eat another Slim Jim. I love me a good Slim Jim, boys. Let me tell you. Living my best life. I feel like I need a... I couldn't even finish my sentence. I said I feel like I need a napkin. Because Slim Jims aren't necessarily greasy. I can just kind of feel the food substance on my fingers, and I don't want to get that on my... gaming consoles, obviously. And as I was saying, I think I need a napkin, I reached into the pocket of my hoodie, and there was a napkin in there. I mean, it's meant to be. Unlucky. Alright. Let's keep going. You know what I hate, by the way? I feel like there's been an uptick in fake shiny hunters lately, like on YouTube, TikTok. Like I said, last night I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and very shortly after I found that brain rot video, I found a live streamer on YouTube Shorts who was supposedly shiny hunting like Latios. However, it felt like almost fake. It felt performative. Because he was running it in an emulator. And like a lot of people who shiny hunt on an emulator, they had like... This dude had 6 windows open of the shiny hunt, all running at the same time, all in like 5x speed. So the game was going so fast you could barely see what was going on. And they were shiny hunting Latios in like a room I've never seen before. It looked fake. Like it literally looked like a ROM hack. And maybe they were shiny hunting in a ROM hack. Who's to say? But their live stream description and their title, neither of them suggested they were doing a ROM hack. So it just felt like fake as fuck. And it also felt fake as fuck and like almost performative. Because they didn't even have a shiny counter on stream. Like, they're just running 6 windows of this Pokemon Gen 3 ROM hack. Over and over and over again with no counter. And I don't know, man, like, it feels like I'm being nitpicky. It sounds like I'm just pointing out really small details, but all of those small details combined made it feel suspicious. It literally gave off the vibes that this dude was just streaming shiny hunting to gather up an audience of Pokemon viewers to try to get more viewers, because shiny hunting can be a somewhat popular thing to live stream. But he didn't actually know anything about shiny hunting, or at the very least, he didn't give a fuck about shiny hunting. Because if you actually care about shiny hunting, at the very least, you're gonna have a counter on screen to track all of your resets, or your encounters, or your eggs. Regardless, you're gonna have a number on screen to show how many attempts you've done. And then additionally, if you're shiny hunting what looks like a fake Pokemon game, or maybe it was a ROM hack, you would have that somewhere in the title or description of your live stream. But he didn't. And it just, I don't know, man. It looked so fake. I would have believed it if it was a pre-recorded video that he was just live streaming on top of. Like, the shiny hunt itself was probably pre-recorded, and he was just live streaming his face cam on top of it all. Especially because he wasn't even doing anything. Like, oftentimes I would see him talk with both of his hands. Like, he would use both of his hands to explain something and talk to the chat while the game is still running. So it's like, bro, who the fuck's playing the game then? Like, I genuinely believe that shit was fake. It was a pre-recorded shiny hunt that he was just live streaming his face cam on top of. Because it just made no sense. Nothing about it made sense. The thing that really bothered me the most is the fact that there was not a number on screen for how many shiny resets he did. Like, the lack of a counter is just... It just doesn't make... It does not make sense at all to me. And even though I only watched for like 2 minutes, by the end of those 2 minutes, I was fully convinced that he was faking his shiny hunt just to appeal to the Pokemon community and try to get a bunch of viewers in his live stream from the Pokemon community. Like, literally pandering to the Pokemon community, which is insane. I don't know, man. It was really weird. Something about it just felt wrong to me. I'm vibing to this music. Sounds like music you'd hear in a royal ball. Some, like, rich noble's castle. Oh, no, I wasn't... Oh, what a bummer. We didn't collect this Charmander. Must have pressed the wrong button. What a shame. Alright, let's see if there's anything good here. No. Unlucky. Kind of crazy we've already been live for 2 hours. It does not feel like it. Time has been flying by today. I've been having fun though. I think this has been a good stream. We've had some fun conversations. We've had some deep conversations. We've had both a therapy session tonight, a conspiracy theory session tonight. It's been great. I also don't know why I'm using the word tonight. It's the middle of the fucking day. Don't mind me. I'm still very confident we're gonna get the shiny. I wasn't lying in the Discord, alright? I posted in the Discord yesterday that we're gonna get the shiny in the next 24 to 48 hours. And I believe in us right now. Today's the day. We're still in that 24 to 48 hour time frame. Speaking of TikTok, by the way, I had to recently set a timer on my phone of how long I was allowed to watch TikTok each day, because I noticed it was taking up so much of my free time. Like, all the time I used to spend watching TikTok, I could have spent, like, editing a video or streaming. Instead, I was just watching, like, a minimum an hour of TikTok a day, if not more. I don't have a lot of free time, so like an hour of my day is pretty substantial. So I recently set a restriction on my phone where I could only watch TikTok for a certain number of time each day. A limited number of time each day. And it's actually kind of worked to making me more productive. The problem, though, is if you hit your time limit, at least this is how it works on an iPhone, if you hit your time limit, you can just say ignore. You can just press a button that says ignore or extend time for 15 more minutes. It's like, well, shit. Now I have to have my own, like, my own willpower to turn the TikTok app off when I hit my time limit. The whole reason I put this time limit in place because I don't have willpower. I'm not able to control myself and my indulgence. And therefore, when my time limit gets, you know, maxed out, and there's an option for me to just ignore it, I'm probably going to click ignore. So it's not a perfect system. I need to, like, almost download an app that actually locks me out of TikTok if I hit my time limit. Because the iPhone does not do that. I'm staying determined, boys. Forever locked in. Dude, these Slim Jims are making eyes at me. They're tempting me. I grabbed 5 out of the box. We've already eaten 2 of them. There's still 3 more sitting on my desk. They're whispering to me. They're tempting me. Oh shoot, I did not mean to nickname these Charmander. That's awkward. Did you see the... I don't even know how to say that word, bro. Did you see the feature of the Steam Frame VR headset? I've not seen that feature. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I've not seen it. What is it? Sorry. Just bobbing my head to the music. Patiently awaiting this chat message because I'm actually very intrigued. Especially because, like I said, I would like to eventually get into VR live streaming. But I don't have a headset currently. And also I feel like a lot of VR software is not really well designed for live streaming. So it's kind of kept me, I don't know, kept me turned off from VR as a genre, and I haven't really had the desire to pursue VR live streams. Like I said, though, I kind of would need a VR headset first before I even think about it. I get so distracted just like listening to music sometimes. I'll stop talking just to vibe out to the music. Where are we at? 3,840? That's not bad. We've done 340 so far today. I feel like we're making okay pace, considering we've taken a couple breaks. Context, the VR headset lets you use your gaming PC to run VR games. Then the included USB dongle to wirelessly stream the games to your VR headset. Ooh, wait. That actually does sound kind of cool. Wait, hold up. That sounds so convenient. I'll be honest though, another reason I haven't really wanted to get into VR that much is I feel like a lot of VR games are just underwhelming. They either look like shit, or they play like shit, or it's a good game, but it lasts for 2 hours and then you beat it. I feel like, I don't know, game development in the VR space has yet to be fully realized, and it has yet to reach its full potential. But hey, maybe by the time this VR headset comes out, there'll be some more games that I want to play in the VR space. I'll have more of a desire to buy a VR headset, and then maybe I'll just buy the Steam VR headset. VR headset also has an eye tracker. Oh, dope. So we can play like a game like Honey Pop, and you guys can watch my eyes just dance all around the screen while I'm looking at the little symbols to play Bejeweled. All right, I'm looking at the Bejeweled symbols, not the anime tits. Promise. In order to get wireless streaming working, they had to compress the video. Foveated streaming, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, I really don't know. Means that the screen will be ultra high quality right where your eyes are looking, but the more compressed in the edges of your vision to save bandwidth. Oh, that's genius. Wait. I was making a stupid, like, hentai eye tracking joke, but that's actually a genius way to use eye tracking. I would have never even thought of that being a thing, like a possibility. But it makes so much sense. Does it affect like the video quality on your computer or just the headset? You pronounced it correctly? I'm glad, because I had no confidence I was going to be able to pronounce that. That's why I just ignored it the first time you wrote it in the chat. I know it might be a little difficult for when we finally find the shiny for you guys to notice on screen, because again, this is a $14 camera, but I'm hoping it'll at least be noticeable, not just to me, but also for you guys, because you will see the shiny symbol appear in the top right of each window. There'll be a little star to dictate that it's shiny. So again, hopefully it'll be noticeable to you guys once we do eventually find the shiny. That is, sorry, I'm going back to the VR headset thing. I know we're kind of jumping around topic to topic, but that is kind of genius, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It makes me want to get a VR headset. Even though I have like zero interest in most VR games, makes me want to try it out. I think it would be perfect for when my wife and I get a house and I have an actual streaming room. Like an entire room in the house dedicated to content creation. Because then I would have like the proper space to play VR games. Your computer still renders normally. Foveated streaming only applies to the wireless VR connection. Amazing. Genius. That sounds perfect. Honestly, it's very interesting. Like, I'm heavily considering it right now. Like, I'm thinking about what our future could look like on stream if we invest in a VR headset, and I also like go get a green screen so we can be in a fully green screen like corner of the room and just have the game on screen and myself like green screened into the game. It could be cool. I could fuck with it. hoping these Slim Jims are enough to hold me off until dinner. I'm making shrimp tacos tonight. Very excited. Oh, fuck. You know what I just thought of? I don't have the shrimp thawing out right now. We bought frozen shrimp. Just because, obviously, fresh shrimp is so expensive. Fresh seafood is kind of out of my tax bracket. So my wife and I buy frozen shrimp. We're going to make shrimp tacos tonight. We are going to make shrimp tacos tonight, I should say. But the shrimp is still in the freezer. I need to pull that out eventually. That's okay. Might take a bathroom break here soon. Maybe when we get to like 3,900. And then when I run to the bathroom, I'll also pull the shrimp out of the freezer. I'm very excited though. Love me some good shrimp tacos. Some games use foveated rendering where the game actually renders less detail based on where you are looking. That has to be implemented per game though, not a universal solution like what Valve has. Huh. It's genius. That's so smart. And it makes me very willing to try VR, which is something I never really been willing to do in the past. Like I said though, I probably won't be able to actually live stream VR until 2027 when my wife and I have our own house and I have the space to like play a VR game. Keep knocking these consoles all over the place, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty determined though to just kind of keep streaming until my wife comes home. So we got a good 4 or 5 hour stream going today. I'm excited about that. We're basically halfway through. Hi, dog. Dog has revisited me once again. And this time he's not barking, which I appreciate. The first 2 times he came into our room while we were live today, he just walked in and barked and walked out. This time he walked in, sniffed my leg, and then walked out. Oh, no, now he's barking. I don't know if you can hear it. He's kind of in the hallway. It's a little far away. But he still had to bark. Because of course he did. I also might do a second live stream today. I haven't talked about it yet. Like, there's a reason I waited like 2.5 hours into the stream to mention it. Because I'm not sure I'm going to do a second live stream today. I'm a little torn. So, there's a chance. There's a chance after I'm done making my shrimp tacos tonight that I'll actually stream again for 2 hours. But I don't want to promise that. Therefore, I don't want to get your hopes up, you know? But supposedly, as long as everyone's still available, I'm going to be playing Pico Park 2 with some of my friends. And Pico Park is a game that I have streamed before. I've actually fully beaten Pico Park 1, and we played the majority of Pico Park 2 on our live stream in the past. However, that was before I was streaming on YouTube. That was back when I was only streaming on Twitch. And therefore, there's no record of those VODs anywhere. You probably won't be able to find any footage of me playing Pico Park because my Twitch VODs get deleted after 60 days. So, if we do play Pico Park tonight, it'll be the first time I'll technically have like Pico Park footage on my YouTube, And also the first time I have a Pico Park VOD available to be watched more than 60 days in the future. And you know, that's what I love the most about live streaming on YouTube. I love that my VODs don't get deleted like Twitch. It's so nice. And it's almost created this like regretful feeling in my mind where I regret not streaming on YouTube until this year. Because all the streams I've done in the last 10 years could have been saved somewhere, and there could have been a record of them. But because I was only streaming on Twitch, those VODs have all expired by now. And it's kind of a bummer, I'll be honest. Like, I was talking very recently about how I want to go back and play Breath of the Wild again. And the reason I mentioned was because I want to play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. And that's true. I want to play Breath of the Wild again because I want to play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. However, the other reason I want to play Breath of the Wild again is just so there's a record of it somewhere. Because all of my old Breath of the Wild VODs from like 2016 or 2017 is when the Switch came out. All of my old VODs from 2017 where I originally played Breath of the Wild have been deleted by Twitch. They expired. So they don't exist anywhere anymore. And that kind of bums me out. So I almost want to replay the game just so there's footage of it somewhere. That way I can go back and rewatch it if I want to. I don't know, man. I almost regret not streaming on YouTube all these years because we would have had so many VODs saved that are gone. And granted, I still have the footage. Like, the footage exists on my computer, but it's not publicly available, which is kind of what I'm bummed out about. I almost missed a Best Friend Caleb stream because I'm knee-deep fighting Christmas lights that have to be replaced. I'm so sorry, brother. I do not envy you, my brother. Yeah, that's bringing back PTSD for me, I'm gonna be honest, reading that chat message. I feel like I'm experiencing the trauma all over again. Are you done work? Did you get off early, or did you just get scheduled till like 3? I'm intrigued. I'm surprised to see you here at this time, honestly. Alright, we're going to do 2 more resets. Then when we get to 3,900, I'm going to take a quick pause to go use the bathroom. And also get that shrimp I have out of the freezer and allow it to start thawing for dinner tonight. No, I'm still working, just watching on mobile. Aw. You're too kind to me, brother. It's almost like I'm still there at work with you. It's almost like I never left. We can be together forever. Sorry. Didn't mean to get a little creepy there. No shinies. Bummer. Alright, one more reset, and then we'll take a short break here. I can't believe I forgot to pull that shrimp out of the freezer. I'm glad I remembered at least, or else it would still be fully frozen when I tried to cook dinner tonight. I wish you were still here, but also don't. And you know, I feel the same way. In some ways, I really miss it, and I wish I was still there with you all. But in other ways, I do not want to go back. Because you're better off not here. Yeah. And I am enjoying my new job. It's a really good environment. The people there are really nice, really cool. And also, the paycheck is nice, so... You know, we still might be lower class, but we're at least able to afford cool things like Slim Jims now. That's fun. And I can afford a new 3DS XL. And that's a huge accomplishment for me. I'm so glad that we can now live stream 3DS games. I'm so glad I bought this 3DS and a capture card to go with it. It's been amazing. It's been a beautiful time. Anyways, we're going to take a break here at 3,900. Like I said, I got to go run to the restroom and also pull some shrimp out of the freezer so it starts thawing. So, I'm going to take a brief pause. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, we're back. I now have my shrimp thawing. Took it out of the freezer. Hopefully, it'll be thawed out by the time I want to cook my shrimp tacos tonight. No guarantee, but fingers crossed. The dog also followed me back to the room. Maybe he actually wants to be friends for once today. He's usually just been barking. Mr. Freak? I'm talking to you. You're a freak. He's wagging his tail. He doesn't know what I'm saying to him. He just knows that I'm talking to him. And that makes him happy. I can call him a fucking weirdo and he'd wag his tail. Okay. I have so much confidence, boys, that we're getting a shiny. You don't even understand. It's the most confident I've ever been in my life, let me tell you. Oh, going back to a topic we discussed yesterday, actually. We were talking about the fact that I own every Game Boy model except for the original one and the last one, aka the Game Boy Micro. I don't have the original Game Boy and I don't have the Game Boy Micro. And I was thinking about it more since the last stream, and I really want to go buy a Game Boy Micro. I'm not going to lie. I think it'd be so much fun to add that to my collection. Especially because lately, I've been trying to, like, add some more custom consoles to my collection. Whether that be a console that is actually, like, a limited edition. For example, I have a Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds 3DS. Limited edition. Very cool. Very proud of that. Or I'll just put like a sticker on a console to make it custom. For example, my Mario Kart DS is just a sticker. That's not a real, custom console Nintendo put out. They should have made a Mario Kart DS, but they don't pay me to make those decisions. They don't pay me at all, actually. In fact, most of my money goes to Nintendo. Very sad. It's kind of like a scam. Maybe a pyramid scheme. But yeah, so like lately, I've been trying to either buy custom consoles or make them custom my own. And it's been pretty easy to do that on my own with the cunning and cheap use of decals. Like, these stickers are not that expensive, so it's pretty chill. And yeah, I was thinking about it. I kind of want to buy the Game Boy Micro, but if I'm gonna get a Game Boy Micro, I want to put a custom faceplate on it. Because for those of you who don't know, one of the cool gimmicks of the Game Boy Micro is not only is it super small, very tiny screen, it's the most handheld of all handhelds. You can fit it into the palm of your hand. But the other cool thing about the Game Boy Micro is it has these custom faceplates that swap out. And that, honestly, is really cool to me. That's the type of shit I love. So I've been trying to think of, like, what custom faceplate I want to do. And part of me wants to do, like, a Pokemon-themed one. But I kind of want to buy like a Pokemon themed Game Boy SP or a Pokemon themed Game Boy Advance. Because the Game Boy Micro is so small, it'd be difficult to put a cool, high detail, custom Pokemon faceplate on it. I must have to go with like a simple design. So again, the details don't get lost in the small size of the faceplate. Check your DMs. I had to fix everything that was around that. Oh god, oh, I'm worried for you, brother. It's gonna give me like a flashback. Fix everything that was around that, and now that is removed. When did that fall? Oh, that sucks. You know, all things considered, though, at least it didn't hit a ride. You know, it didn't damage a ride. That's kind of lucky. Oh, that's rough. I'm so sorry, my brother. Yeah, that sucks. Last week. Huh. Yeah, big bummer. How did they get that out of there? They use like the cherry picker? No, not the cherry picker, sorry. That's what I meant. What is it called? I can't think of what it's called right now. For some reason my brain's just repeating the word cherry picker, even though I know that's wrong. It also thankfully didn't damage the tank that it's leaning on. Ah, that's okay. Fuck Remix anyways. We don't need that ride. Actually, I don't know why I'm being so negative. I really like Remix. I liked the Remix a lot for the sole fact that you could unlock individual seats. It was the greatest quality of life feature to ever have on a ride. I feel like I need to fix my chair. Once I left to go thaw my shrimp, that sounds like an innuendo, I came back and my chair was obviously not aligned properly. I went 3 hours into the stream without my back hurting. I stand up, come back down, and... Why did I say that so weird? I stand up, sit back down, and my back immediately starts hurting. So I think I was just sitting at a weird angle. I need more lumbar support. That's what I need. I need proper lumbar support. Now, here's what I'll say about the remix. The environment of the remix, the music, the lights, that is the worst. But working the remix, I loved it. Loved it so much. Hey, what's up, Samuel? Nice to see ya. How you been, brother? How you doing? Okay. Let's keep our fingers crossed here. Every time, I have so much hope. And then we open all 4 games and never get a shiny. I just got back into my Pokemon phase. You know, I kind of relate. I don't think I played any Pokemon games in the year of 2023 or 2024. But this year, we've already played 2. So I definitely feel the same way. Oh no, my dog is barking again. Why are you such an angry dog? Why do you have so much hatred in your heart, bro? Oh, now he's leaving. He doesn't want to face the truth. Have you played the Let's Go games? I have not finished them. I have played them because I own Let's Go Eevee. But that's actually one of the only Pokemon games I've never beaten. Yeah, I own that game, but I haven't finished it. Why do you ask? I'm intrigued. I guess that's technically a lie, though, because I also have not beaten Pokemon Legends Arceus. So there's 2 Pokemon. Oh no, I also have not beaten Scarlet and Violet, but that's because they were so glitchy when they first came out. They were like a broken, buggy mess. Games were almost like embarrassing. So yeah, there's 3 Pokemon games I have not beaten. Let's Go Eevee, and by proxy, Let's Go Pikachu. I have not beaten Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I have not beaten Scarlet and Violet. I have as well. Do you enjoy the games? Like, where would you rank them? What number out of 10 would you give those games? Yeah, I beat Let's Go Eevee. At this point, there isn't much to do, so my Pokemon are over level 90. Yeah, I did hear people say the game was kinda easy. I also, like, I don't know. I think another reason I have not beaten that game, and I don't really have the drive to go play it right now, is because I've already played so many Kanto Pokemon games. Like, I've beaten Pokemon Red, I've beaten Pokemon Yellow, I've beaten Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red. We're playing Leaf Green and Fire Red again with shinies only. That's the whole challenge I'm actually doing right now, is I'm only allowed to use shiny Pokemon to beat the game. However, before we can even start the game, I need to catch a shiny Charmander for my starter Pokemon. So I can't even start playing the game until we get our first shiny, which is kind of put the playthrough on hold a little bit. Just a little. Let's Go Eevee, I give an 8.5 out of 10. Oh, that's a high rating. What's like your favorite Pokemon game then, in comparison? I'm curious what your favorite would be. Currently playing through Shield, and I've beaten it once, but I'm redoing it. Give it like a 9 out of 10. See, Sword and Shield for me, they were a little underwhelming until the DLC. Sorry, I just choked on air. Oh my god. Once the DLC came out, those games got a lot better, because they almost felt like incomplete without the DLC. But I did love the DLC, actually. I don't like admitting that. I don't like saying anything good about DLC. I'm usually a DLC hater. But the DLC was so much fun. Like, the Crown Tundra DLC specifically was one of my favorite storylines ever in a Pokemon game. I absolutely loved it. Yeah, I don't know, the games alone, though, left me feeling a little underwhelmed. Like I said, they just felt incomplete. The music is absolutely peak, though. It's good, but maybe I just have like a different taste when it comes to Pokemon music. I love, absolutely adore the music from the DS games. But also, that's what I grew up with, you know? Like, there's just something about the sound of a DS game. The soundtrack, the like chip tunes kind of style. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about the DS games that really tickles my brain. I'd say out of the two, I've played Shield and have it ranked slightly higher. Okay. Let's Go Eevee took me so long to complete with while Shield's gameplay is quite short. Yeah, that's also true. That's another reason why I felt like the game was almost incomplete without the DLC. The DLC gives you a full game length of content, you know? I played Pokemon Sword specifically, and I beat Pokemon Sword so quickly. This music is very relaxing. I feel like I could fall asleep listening to this music right now. I've already beaten like 5 or 6 gyms, and I only started playing 2 days ago. Yeah, I believe it. You can really just speedrun those games without even trying. Now we got some more hype music in the playlist. Feels like music you listen to while frolicking through a field, skipping through a pasture of daisies. Wait, I think this is from. It's so funny I said that. I'm pretty sure I know what the song is. It's from Final Fantasy IX. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. That was unintentional, entirely. I'm so excited to be done with this shiny hunt once we eventually, finally, find the shiny. Because this shiny hunt specifically is so time-consuming. Like, you have to go through the opening cutscene, talking to Professor Oak, talking to Gary, picking your Charmander, and then opening your party and looking at the Charmander to see if it's shiny. Like, it is so much time and effort just to hunt for one Pokemon at a time, which is why we're doing it on 4 consoles at a time. But like, after this shiny hunt, hopefully some of our future shiny hunts that I plan to do after this, they'll go by so much more quickly, because we don't have to go through this stupid opening cutscene 3,000 times. I can't wait for this to be over. Like, I'm more excited about moving on to the next shiny hunt than I am excited about getting a shiny Charmander. This is just a little roadblock in our way. Little roadblock preventing us from completing the shiny only challenge. I don't know why I agreed to do this, bro. This is going to be so difficult. Beating this game with shinies only is going to... It's going to test me. Test my patience, specifically. What's your favorite Pokemon game you played? So it goes back and forth. It genuinely depends on what day you ask me. And therefore, my top 2 are kind of tied. If I had to pick right now, though, second place would go to Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think they are the perfect remakes, perfect remasters, and the best remakes of a Pokemon game that they've ever done. Additionally, they just added so much content to the game from the original, and Gold and Silver already have so much content. You have 16 gyms, the Elite Four, plus the post-game, where you go get to battle Red from the manga. It's basically like battling Ash Ketchum. Red is the equivalent of Ash Ketchum. He's just the manga version of him, whereas Ash is the anime version. So you basically get to battle Red from the manga as like the final battle of the whole game. It's just so good. However, they are remakes. And naturally then, I can't praise them as much as I would praise an original game. And that's why my favorite Pokemon game is Black and White 2. Black and White 2 are phenomenal. And I know it sounds like I'm being hypocritical because I just said, like, you know, I can't praise a remake as much, but Black and White 2 aren't remakes of Black and White. If anything, they're a continuation of Black Black and White 1. It continues the story, it bumps the story a couple years into the future, and it's just so well thought out. The music is probably my favorite from any Pokemon game. You just have so many classics from Black and White 1. Give me a second. Let me pause this. Let's just do a little sample. A little taste. Actually, I have a better idea. Pokemon Black and White 2 best music? Maybe we can find a video that has a compilation. These are long videos. I wanted like a short video that's a compilation. I don't think we're going to be able to find a compilation. Bummer. Alright, that's fine. Pokemon Black and White. Just do Driftville City. Driftville City is iconic. I haven't played any 3DS Pokemon games. I've only played as far back as the Let's Go ones. The 3DS ones are okay. Some of them are really good. Some of them are kind of a miss. The DS ones are my favorite. And that's also why I love Black and White. Black and White 2 were the last games ever released on the DS. It was like a perfect ending. A perfect conclusion. Let's just listen to some Driftville City music real quick while we keep shiny hunting. Driftville City. What else? What's another song we can put on? Just a bunch of Driftville City. Oh, the battle music against N. The Elite Four battle music. Okay, I've got like 4 songs we can listen to. Like, come on. This might be my favorite Pokemon song of all time. They went crazy hard with Driftville City. And it's like the perfect amount of retro. Ah, yes, the Toothless Dance. This is the Toothless Dance, yeah. It's the perfect amount of retro without being too old, where it sounds like little, you know, chirps and alarms you would hear. You know, it doesn't sound like microwave music. It's new enough to be a little modern, but old enough to be a little retro in the perfect way. Here. This song's coming to an end. Let's boot up the end music. Or the Getsis music? Sorry, I always mispronounce his name. It's so good. This brings back so many memories for me. Battling N. Battling the Elite Four before N. Hey, what's up, Man? Nice to see you again. Been a while, brother. How you been? Or like even, dude, this game's music, sorry. That bridge is so good. I love the sad piano song from Black and White. Oh yeah, Unwavering Emotions. Pokemon Unwavering Emotions. Pokemon, even like the low health music is insane. Black and White, low HP music. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to. I meant to open that in a new tab. Give me 1 second. We'll go back. just so much good music from Black and White. I turned this game off instead of checking for a shiny. I pressed the wrong button. I'm so mad. We're gonna reopen this one. Why did I do that? All right. Well, while I'm letting this one replay, let's at least look at the other. There. Watch, that probably would have been my shiny too. Now we'll never know. Unlucky. I'm about as sad as this music is right now. It's really just put me in such a sad mental state. Okay. That was such a waste of time. I'm so sorry. Let's never do that again, huh? I've been good. Playing the crap out of Hades 2 recently. How are you? I've been alright. We're working a lot. Been trying to work a lot of like overtime recently. Just to save up some money. That way we can buy silly things like a new 3DS XL or a Game Boy Micro. We already bought the new 3DS XL. I just really want to buy a Game Boy Micro right now. So yeah, I've been working a lot. No, yeah, the low HP music brought so much more atmosphere. Yeah, the crowd chanting in Sword and Shield is actually pretty cool. That's one thing I liked. A lot of people talk trash on, like... They almost, like, talk smack on the arena battles. I actually kind of like that setting. I mean, it literally feels like I'm being stabbed in the heart. The perfect embodiment of low HP. See, I also like the Elite Four music from Let's Go Eevee, but that's just because I love the original from like Red, Blue, and Yellow. The Kanto Elite Four music is just really good. This is wait, what did I? Oh, I didn't mean to open that. I opened the wrong video. This is the Elite Four music from Black and White, and I just love it. It builds up so well. And it works really well with the theme of that Elite Four. Because I feel like almost all of the Elite Four members, except for like one, have very dark, almost like menacing themes to them. Like, the ghost type Elite Four member is so menacing, even though she's just like a girl who loves books. She gives off like almost goth girl vibes, which I love. Listen, never gonna complain about that. Love me a good goth girl. My first ever crush was Gwen from Total Drama Island, so you're never gonna see me complaining. What else? Oh yeah, we can still listen to the Gets Us music. This is actual like final boss music right here. This is perfect. This would be like the perfect music to catch the shiny with. It'd be really cool if we found the shiny right now. Oh, shoot. We're so close to 4,000. I know, we're almost there. Almost at the halfway point. I forget how slow this builds up, but it's almost more menacing that way, especially when you're playing it in-game. The slow build-up, it just causes this tension, this fear when battling gets us. There it is. I don't even want to, like, I don't want to talk over it. I just want to let the music play. That's how much I love the music in these games. I feel like I'd be disrespectful talking over it. You know what I just thought of, by the way? There's another song I love in these games. It's Castalia City. Castalia City hits hard. Yes, brother. Yes, my brother. See, I almost want to cancel the playlist we were listening to today and just listen to black and white music instead. Like, we don't need to listen to Final Fantasy music anymore. We can just listen to the OST from Black and White. It really just puts a smile on my face. Coming up on 4,000 here, boys. Getting close to it. Can't remember the name of the town right now. Aspertia City, yes. Dude, Aspertia City, also great soundtrack. This is the first... So this is the first song you'll listen to when you open up Black and White 2. And it's the music to the first town in that game. And the way it opens up, it kind of like slowly fades in and then starts to crescendo more and more, is perfect for the opening of a video game. The slow fade in into the like beautiful opening music, it's amazing. Like, it starts off pretty chill. And they bring in more. And they bring in more. Like, oh. It is like the perfect opening music for a video game. Perfectly builds up, and it's gonna keep going. I think it's also just perfectly fit for a Pokemon game. Like, this is the perfect music to start a Pokemon game with. Everyone smiles a little bit of Drift. That Drift City music will just put a smile on your face. You could be having a shitty day, just got fired from your job, your wife left you, one of your kids died, trying to play hopscotch and they broke their neck, and you could still be smiling because you're listening to Drift City music, bro. It's so good. How do you know everything that's going on in my life? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll send you some flowers for the funeral. Oops. There's one more song I want to listen to from Black and White 2, but I actually don't remember it off the top of my head. I don't remember the name of the town. Give me a second. We can find this out pretty easy though. I'm gonna Google Pokemon Black and White 2 map because I know where it is on the map. And then what is that called? Lantimos Town. Lantimos Town. This is the last song we'll listen to, and then we'll go back to playing Final Fantasy music. Alright, I'm just going to play this song, and I want you in the chat, whether you know the answer or not, to just put a guess of what you think the setting of this town is. Like, when you hear this music, where do you think this town would be at? What kind of biome? What kind of environment? I want to see guesses in the chat. Wait, what? I was distracted. I want you to guess what setting you think this town is set in. What vibe does this music give you? Where in the world do you think we are right now when you listen to this? Also, we officially hit 4,000. Let's go. We're practically halfway done. The odds are 1 in 8,000. That means we're halfway there, right? A town working with machinery? You're close. I get Tanguish vibes. Also very good. Yes. The, like, Spanish kind of flamenco vibes are what I feel the most when I listen to that. And it's perfect. It literally is like a kind of plateau Spanish city. Almost like in the desert a little bit. And it's beautiful. The same way that, like, I love Mario Kart music. I think Mario Kart music is highly underrated because you'll hear a Mario Kart song and without even knowing the game, without even having to play that racetrack, you know exactly what setting you're in. Give me 1 second. Let me play an example. Mario Kart 8. We'll make this like a fun little game, actually. Alright. I'm going to play this song. And once again, I want people to guess where you think we are in the world. This is what I mean. It's so easy. I'll play this game with my wife sometimes, and she does not play Mario Kart. And she'll be able to guess most of the songs correctly as to where they are, what setting we're in. Someplace with polka dancing? You're close. That also is a pretty good guess. I would say your odds are up to 38.3% by now, but the real odds are actually 100% because Charmander is legally obligated to show up by the end of the 48 hours. Exactly. I'm getting snowy vibes. I'll let the rest of it play, and then I'll give you all the answer. Mario Kart may be one of the best games to play this with. So the answer was Snowland. So Sam, you were on the money. It is Snowland. Let's do... One second, let me see if I can find another one. Yeah, let's do this one. Alright, same game. Same game. I want y'all to guess where we are in the world. What setting is this song from? Okay, well. I feel like it's so obvious just off the first 2 seconds. It's so nice they didn't just use sleigh bells to signify snow. Exactly. Like, it's a subconscious thing, I think. The music just speaks to your soul. Beach vibes. Mix between tropical and Mexican. Fuck, I just accidentally named all these Charmander. My bad, boys. I feel like we don't need to even keep playing this one because everyone's getting it right. Yeah. We are on Cheap Cheap Beach. And it's just the perfect embodiment of being by the ocean. This one might be easy because it's kind of an iconic song, but I also think it's, again, another really good example. It's really good for this game. All right. This one's a little bit trickier because it's not, like, as common. That's my hint. It's not as common as, like, a beach. It wouldn't be one of your first thoughts. I just noticed the Roller Coaster Tycoon map in the background. Yeah, bro, it's my mouse pad. My mouse pad is Roller Coaster Tycoon themed. It's way bigger than this. It's like a whole Roller Coaster Tycoon map. It's a whole park in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Just my camera's only zoomed in on like a fifth of the mouse pad right now. We in the desert? You're like 90% of the way there, yeah. Somewhere hot? Now you're there, brother. 100% of the way there. This song is Grumble Volcano. I was thinking Bowser, which is basically the same thing as a volcano. Bowser and a volcano are pretty similar. Let me see if I can get... I feel like I'm running out of stereotypical settings, places. Yeah, we're running out of the easy ones that are like beach or desert. But I think you might still be able to get this one. This one's, again, pretty niche. But it's, once you know, you know. You know? It's like on the money. Oh shit, my bad. No, actually. This isn't a great example because there's a better example that's pretty much the same setting. Give me 1 second. I've thought of a better example. Similar setting. Better example. Oh, yeah, this is a little bit of a tricky one. I'll admit that. Like, they take such a normally depressing setting and they make it so fun and cheery. I guess depressing is the right word, just annoying. Setting that is normally irritating. No. Okay, this one is pretty difficult, so I don't expect people to get it right. Like the beach one, that was easy. You knew we were in the beach the second you heard that little marimba. But we in space. Dude, it's crazy how fucking close you were. That was difficult, and you got it like half right. It's an airport. That's impressive. I wasn't expecting anyone to get that right. That's Sunshine Airport. Let's go back to a bit of an easier one. This one's a little bit easier. Maybe not. It's I've only played the Wii in my defense, and honestly, that's a good thing. That makes your answers more legitimate. I'm gonna say this is like a medium difficulty. There we go, now it's easier. You get that banjo, and it starts to fill in the blanks for you. That banjo really helps make this not impossible. This is one of my favorite Mario Kart songs of all time, by the way. Royal Castle in a Small Town. Not quite. Though I feel like you wouldn't really hear a banjo in a royal castle. At least when I think of banjo, I think of the opposite of royal. I think poor. Honestly, when I think of a banjo, I think of a man in a straw hat and a tattered shirt. But maybe that's just me. Little Bayou vibes, that's closer. You're getting closer. Just less water. Again, this one is a little difficult. I feel like it's a little bit too cheery for the environment. Like, normally when I think of this environment, I think of decrepit. I don't really think of it like a banjo strumming away in a happy tone. It's the trumpet making it feel Louisiana. And like I said, we're just like a state or two over. Louisiana's close. But this one, like I said, is a little difficult. It's like a Badlands plateau type of vibe. Not quite the desert, but more plateau. And it's tough because it's very happy music. Normally when I think of like the Badlands, I don't think of any music that would be happy. Trying to think if there's any other examples we can do, and any other versions of this game we can play that we haven't done already. Because I don't want to like repeat the beach music. What's a setting we haven't done yet? Okay, well we could do an easy one. This is actually an easy one. This actually might be my favorite version of the song, not gonna lie. Also, I like how we basically just turned this stream into a Guess That Song competition. But I'm having fun, so I don't mind. I'm having a good time. Getting Racetrack. It is definitely the track is more the setting. But think of like how much this music gives off finale vibes. Almost like end credits, but it's not the credits. The guitar feels Sonic. You know, I would have never thought about that if you didn't say it. That's so funny. That's a very niche reference. Here, we can make this even easier. Give me 1 second. Let me turn all these back on, and then I'll load up another one. I'll give you an even easier version of this song. Still not a freebie, but an easier version. This might be actually my favorite version of the song. It's so underrated. No one ever thinks about this track when comparing to other games. I'm trying to say it without giving it away. This is like the most underrated version of this track. Specifically on the Game Boy, which is probably why a lot of people don't think about it. Someone told me the other day that the Elephant Bonanza theme from DK Bonanza sounds like the Big Chungus song. What? Do you have like a video comparing the two? I'm now curious. I want to see a comparison. Alright. I'll play like one more version of the song just to see if I can really drive it home. Is it like a Mario Circuit kind of vibe? It's not Mario Circuit. Like I said, we'll play a third one. And I think everyone will get it. Alright. This is the third and final version I'll play of this song. This actually would have been the easiest one, because the little background, like sparkle sound effect gives it away. This is also from the Wii, so you might get it. Yeah, they were all versions of Rainbow Road. The first one I played was Rainbow Road from the N64. Second one I played was Rainbow Road from the Game Boy, which I think is super underrated. It's one of the only Rainbow Roads that's never been remade and remastered. And this is from the Wii. I can hear my sister screaming in my head, about to be knocked off the map. Yeah. That's such a funny image. I'm trying to think, is there any other Mario Kart music you could play this guess the music with? Mario? Sure. This might be one of our last ones. 'Cause I'm running out of different themes and settings to do. Alright. Like I said, this might be the last one. See, this is the remaster. This is the version of the song from Mario Kart World. Because it's new and it's modern, it has like a lot of extra instruments that I don't think are necessary. Like the electric guitar in this is not necessary. The electric guitar is almost opposite of what this song should sound like. I should have played the original, but this is the first thing that popped up on YouTube. Donkey Kong Jungle Vibes, brother, you are a savant. Because this is in a jungle. This is Dino Jungle, specifically, from the GameCube. This is what I mean, though. This is why I love playing this game. Because, especially with Mario Kart, it's so easy for people to predict what the songs are without even knowing the game. And that's what makes it fun. Like, it wouldn't be fun if it was impossible to do or really difficult. Like, if I asked you to name, like, I'm trying to think of a difficult song. Like a random town from Pokemon Ruby. Let's just do Pokemon Ruby. Well, you know Pokemon, so this wouldn't be difficult for you. But let's just use this as an example. Okay. If I ask someone to name this music, it'd be a little tricky. Because that's just like town music. This is like stereotypical town music from Pokemon. This sounds like a lot of towns in Pokemon. So that wouldn't be fun. That would make the game less fun because it'd be too difficult. Yeah. Or even like, ooh, even this This is Slateport City. I don't know if you would be able to guess that this is a port city. Like, on the beach. I don't know. It's tough. It's a lot more difficult. But I agree. That's how you know it's good music, is when you can assume just off the vibe of the music alone, like, I'm on the beach, or I'm in a volcano. I'm in a bustling city center. Like, that's what makes good video game music good. And I'm not saying this song is good. I love the soundtrack from Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. I just think sometimes it's a little too samey. I still love those games, though. Those games are in my top 3. Anyways. Jesus Christ, just kicked the tripod. I'm so sorry, boys. I didn't mean to kick you. Let's go back to focusing on the game. I realize the shiny hunt is very much slowed down while we played Guess the Song. So I turned the Final Fantasy music back on and try to focus on the shiny hunt again. My apologies. Hold up, my hoodie's riding up my back. I don't like the feeling of my lower back being exposed. What if someone comes up and touches me? Sorry. But also, like, a song like Lavender Town, you know it's a town about death. Yeah, that's true. And I agree with your point. They did have limited capability for music, like back on the Game Boy. Like these soundtracks, it was tough to get a variety out of the Game Boy's very limited audio. Sorry, I missed my brother Sonic's messages in the chat. I haven't heard a video comparison, but if you listen to one after the other, the resemblance is very clear. Specifically the Big Chunkus song by Endigo. Okay. Alright, take your word for it, brother. I don't think I know that song by memory, I'll be honest. I can't believe we're 4 hours in this stream. It really feels like it's blown by. And I'll be honest, we probably should have done way more resets by now. We've only done 548 resets in 4 hours. But I have been taking a lot of breaks to, like, watch videos the chat sends me or play Guess the Song, America's favorite game show. So we haven't been, like, fully focused on the game, I'll be honest. That's my bad. I know this song is from Final Fantasy, but it really reminds me of a song from Mabinogi, the MMO. It sounds so similar. I don't even know how I would look that up, though, because I don't know the name of the song from Mabinogi. I mean, I don't really know the names of any of the songs in Mabinogi, because it's an MMO. Usually, like, the soundtrack in MMO is the least priority. It's the thing you pay attention to the least. This song sounds a lot like a specific section in Mabinogi. Anyways, I need another Slim Jim, boys. It's Slim Jim time. I'm laughing. I'm laughing at myself, and I need to stop. I'm gonna spit out this fucking food. My number on screen's a little behind. Let's update that real quick. We're at 4060. 4060. Yeah, I don't know, man. I am shocked at how quickly the stream has gone by. It does not feel like 4 hours, but it's been a good stream, and I think that's why. We've had a lot of fun conversations in the chat. It really just has flown by. But that does mean we're probably gonna have to end the stream soon. Because it's coming up on 4 o'clock in real life. My wife usually gets home from work around 4 or 5 o'clock. So sometime in the next hour, we're probably going to end the stream. Just so I can spend time with my wife, make dinner with her tonight, and then I might stream after dinner, late this evening. We'll see. Have yet to decide. No shinies. Unlucky. My dog is barking. I wonder if that means my wife is home. You might be ending the stream sooner than I thought. Ew, a healthy relationship with your family? Healthy relationship with family? Maybe not so much. But with my wife? Yeah. And you know, that's all I need. I don't need family. I don't need friends. My wife. As long as I got one. I just need one person. That's how it works, right? That's a totally healthy way to look at life. Who needs family? Who needs friends? I just need one person. Totally healthy. Listen, I am the most emotionally and mentally healthy person you'll ever watch on Twitch, YouTube, anywhere. You know how I said yesterday I'm not a role model? I was lying. I'm peak mental health, promise. I don't know. I want to try to at least get to like 4,200 maybe before my wife gets home, but because she gets home at a different time every day, I don't know if we'll be able to get there. I'm gonna try. Let's try to like pick up the pace. I'm gonna try to like move my hands at the speed of light. Just pressing the buttons crazy fast. Maybe if we're lucky we can get to 4,200 before having to end the stream. Or if we're even luckier, we can just find a shiny, maybe. That'd be cool. That'd be so cool. So quirky and random. Alright. No. It's okay. Not giving up. My confidence is still peak. I'll always believe. Oh my gosh, why are my eyelashes stuck together? I feel like I can't see out of my left eye right now. It's not what I need. The game's trying to throw roadblocks in my way so we can't find the shiny. It's trying to stop me before I even begin. The game doesn't want to see me succeed. And I know that. That's why I'm even more determined to power through. As we would say back in like 2016, blocking out the haters. What's crazy to think about is like we're at 4,080 right now. If we want to get to 4,100, it's technically only 5 resets. But one reset takes so long, it feels way more than 5 resets. It feels like it's way, way more than 5 resets. Like, on paper, 5 resets sounds like nothing. But because of this opening cutscene of picking my Pokemon, talking to Professor Oak, accidentally naming my Pokemon like that, Jesus Christ, what am I doing? And then Gary picks his Pokemon. It just takes so long. By the end of this, I'm gonna have a staunch hatred for both Gary and Professor Oak. I'm growing sick of them. I wish they would stop talking. Wasted so much of my time, bro. Shoot, we got out of sync a little bit. There we go. Back on track. It always messes with my brain a little bit when all 4 systems get out of sync. I like don't know what I'm doing. God dang it. Oh my gosh. My eyelashes are like still stuck together. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. Ugh, gross. It doesn't help that I like basically woke up and went straight into this stream. I still got like sand in my eyes. I still feel a little groggy, a little drowsy. That's okay though. I'm just so determined to get the shiny that the first thing I did when I wake up was just start shiny hunting. That's how focused I am. Come on, Gary, stop. I have a friend who majors in music. Parentheses, crazy degree, on parentheses. They tell me what makes music, quote unquote, good. Interesting. Okay. Also, I hate to break it to y'all, but my wife is officially home. So, instead of the stream maybe ending around 5 o'clock if she got home late. You know, if she got home at 5 o'clock, we would have been going for another hour. Instead, she got home closer to 4 o'clock today. So I think we're going to end this stream probably in the next 2 resets, actually. Might as well just end it on 4,100. Nice little even number. You know, I wasn't sure what time she would come home today. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, could have been any time between 4 and 5 o'clock, and sadly, boys, we got the low roll. We got the 4 o'clock end of that extreme. Oh my god, Gary, stop talking. I'm begging you. It's okay, though. We get one more reset after this, and we're gonna get the shiny. We're gonna get the shiny on this last reset, I promise. I wouldn't lie to you guys. I would never lie. I've never lied before in my life, actually. I actually commissioned them for a lo-fi beat for my BRB screen. Ooh, that sounds sick. I love me some good lo-fi. Alright, boys. Last reset while my wife, I can hear her walking in the door. If I'm lucky. maybe I'll end the stream before she makes it back to the bedroom, and then she won't beat me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I shouldn't joke about that. She's gonna hate me. Then she'll actually beat me. No, I'm joking. Alright. Last 4 Charmanders. No shinies. Unlucky. We've made it to 4,100. Still no shinies. Don't let her catch you. Yeah, I gotta run. You gotta go escape. Yeah, nice little fun 4-hour stream. I know we probably could have done way more than 600 resets in 4 hours. But I honestly had fun taking little breaks, watching videos that the chat sent me, and playing that game show. Guess the music. It was a fun stream. We'll be back here soon. I will either stream again tonight or tomorrow. Depends on how I'm feeling after I make dinner tonight. But either way, I'll see y'all in like the next 24 hours. Thank y'all for showing up. We made it halfway through. 4,100. We're pretty much halfway there. Again, assuming it takes us the entire 8,000 odds. The odds are 1 in 8,000. We're 4,100 of the way there, so I'm happy. Very successful stream. Yeah. Anyways, have a wonderful night, guys. I will see you all sometime in the next 24 hours. Otherwise, have a nice day. Peace out, boys.